Never said you had to offer me a second chance. Never said I was a victim of circumstance. But damn, I still belong. Don't get me wrong. You can speak your mind, but not on my time. I don't care what you say anymore. This is my life. Live, people. Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone. What's going on, everybody? What the heck is going on? As we sit here facing the snowpocalypse here on the East Coast, it is frigid here, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely frigid. Last I checked, it was at 9 degrees. We got down to 7 degrees last night, so I don't know. So, but the funny thing is I thought it was supposed to warm up for it to snow. I don't know, but we'll find out as it goes. I know I'm nice and toasty here for sure, for the moment anyway. Let's hope that holds out. So, also, as usual, the ever-present computer technical issues, even worse than usual this evening, ladies and gentlemen, right down to the wire this time. Like I had no microphone, either one of them. Neither mic was working. Couldn't detect either one. Camera, no camera. Couldn't even turn on the camera. Restarted the computer twice today. Twice. Had to even leave and come back into the stream here backstage. And anyway, I think we're good. And I hope we're good because I'm going to invent profanity. I'm going to invent curse words this evening. If I went and I destroyed my entire house to bring down some more Star Wars toys to show off here, and I don't get to do that, I really hope I don't have to finish this stream by my phone like I did a few weeks ago. But anyway, we're here to discuss Return of the Jedi. Yes, Star Wars month continues. And this is a very special movie to me. So I kind of have a lot to say on it. I hope you guys don't mind hearing it because, I don't know. I want to say it. But anyway, so we have some things I want to get to before that, though, as usual. I do have some music topics I want to hit on, and we have a Tim meme. Unfortunately, I missed last week at the very end of the stream. Tim FKHC 2005 sent me a meme that kind of pertains to Empire Strikes Back, so we'll hit on that too. But before I get into any of that, let me bring in my partner in crime. You know him, you love him. Hit that beautiful Fez footage.
Ladies and gentlemen, millions watching around the world, let me introduce to you the genius of genealogy, the guru of guitar, John Fez Wendo.
Hello there.
Brother John, what's going on? Brother John has got it going on. What's going on?
Love that intro song. I thought that was awesome. I'm back here doing the backup vocals for it.
Oh, nice. I should have turned your mic on. You know what the funny thing is I think of these things all week long at work, you know, when I'm supposed to be working in my mind on work, and I'm thinking of all these songs where I can change a word to live or whatever to do it at the beginning of the stream, and every week I forget. Wouldn't you know, I actually remembered this week. So there you go. I don't know if
Dr. Live, calling Dr. Live.
Yeah, I think of them all week long and then I forget to do them. So I don't know if that was a good thing that I remembered or not. I maybe torture to you, to you guys out there. But, so I did it. So it can't be undone. is now on the internet, is now forever, until my channel gets taken down, and then it's gone. But in the meantime, so Brother John, are you staying warm there? Are you staying warm?
Reasonably warm. Probably have the bear blanket on a little bit, or maybe put a sweatshirt on as we go. We'll see where the temperature is.
Yeah,
Right now
like,
it's 5 degrees here,
whew,
and I've been in and out of the refrigerator of mystery several times, so it's a little not bad, but that cold air comes in because there's a window behind that.
mm,
But I got, extra supplies for the weekend,
very
so
good.
I should be reasonably good. And of course, there's the gas heater on the far end, so if the power goes out, I can burn a couple of hot dogs over that,
Very nice.
and you know, maybe make some what do you call it? Not the Hormel chili, the other one, but it's in
Mm.
a can rather than a plastic tub, which plastic has a bad tendency to melt when you put it near flame, and then burn the house down, which would be a bad thing.
I
Because
can be of no assistance when it comes to chili or bean related items because I don't know. I just
uh,
can't bring myself to eat beans. I don't know. I start
really,
thinking, yeah, I start thinking of kidneys, and I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I can't eat a bean.
oh, all
And
right. Then
now,
you want the chili dog from Abe's Lunch up in Wilkes-Barre on South Main Street, and not the Coney Island in Wilkes-Barre. They use a lot of bean, or Scranton, I mean, they use a lot of kidney beans in their chili. But Abe's is just a nice meat chili,
mm,
ground up beautifully, goes great with mustard, and just wonderful stuff. So,
very
you know,
nice.
hot dog recommendation of the week.
Okay, I want to give a quick shout out to the Comic Relief Crusader who says hi, Fit for Hire, who's in the chat. And apparently, we got Legatus Legionii. Legatus Legionii. Hope,
Hey,
well, maybe he's actually warmer than us for once up there in the old Cananistan. But hopefully you're staying warm up there, buddy. And it's nice to
mhm,
see you. And
yeah.
let's see. What is this? He says hashtag justice for Boba Fett. Absolutely. Hashtag down with the Sarlacc. Yes, that was
Mhm.
something. We'll probably hit on that there injustice as we get into Return of the Jedi. But he also says hashtag where did the Ewoks get a dress that fit Leia? Darn cannibals. Yeah. Well,
Amazon.
yeah. Well, that one maybe they have an Amazon, a space Amazon, but I don't know. Yeah. Well, cannibals would mean they ate each other. Actually eating humans, it is a different species, but it just happens to be our species, so that kind of sucks. But
Yeah.
yeah, I always wondered that too. Where did they get that dress? Like, who used to wear that thing? And it isn't convenient that it's now. Did they just happen? Here's my question: did they just
Mm,
happen to have one that just happened to fit Leia, or did they have
mhm.
many and they were able to choose Leia's size from? That's the question. Was it only
Ah,
one dress, or did they have many? I don't know. That's something I don't want to think about. But he does say, yes, keep it sleazy. Hashtag keep it sleazy. And Tim
mhm.
says, and demonetized. Yeah, the song at the beginning. Well, I changed the word. Does that count? And
Billy Joel isn't that big a prick. It's not like Don Henley.
well, listen, when you sing as out of key and out of tune as me, I don't think the YouTube algorithm, as I like to call it, is going to even notice. So I think we're good. I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, what is Smeg? I have no idea what Smeg is. I'm not up on these. I'm probably stupid for not knowing it, but
Smeg.
I don't know. Legatus, you'll have to let me know. But hold on, holy smokes, we got a king, we got royalty in the chat.
Hey.
We got RN Feliciano, KDTV, otherwise known as King Dolphin in the chat. King Dolphin is in the chat. And we got Old Man Bird. Old Man Bird.
Yeah.
Yes. Popcorn, explosion, and fire. Yes. One of these days, this channel will get big enough. We'll have pyro. We'll have some pyro,
Yeah.
and then I'll burn my house down, and then we won't have the
Yeah.
channel anymore. But anyway, so while we're talking about Tim, like I mentioned last week, I missed it. He sent me a meme. So this is kind of going back to last week, Empire Strikes Back. But Tim had asked me to share this. So I'm going to do it now because he's a cool
Yeah.
dude and he asked me to do it. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Wrong
Yep.
answers only. Luke, I am blank. Luke,
Your mother.
Oh, well, I was going to say don't give Disney any ideas. However,
Too
KK's
late.
KK's gone. KK's gone. So hopefully, knock on wood, we don't have to worry about that crap anymore. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to put some wrong answers in the chat, you're more than welcome to do that. My first thought was insane. Insane. But who knows?
You know what the obvious wrong answer is? Luke, I am David Prowse.
Oh. Yeah, but you got to say that in a real heavy Scottish accent, though, which I am no good
Luke, I'm David Prowse.
There you go. That was pretty accurate. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Somewhere between Irish and Scottish. I'm out of practice.
Oh, there's Donna. Donna wasn't sure if she could make it tonight, but there she is. So, thank you so much for joining us, Donna. She says, "Hey, all, we'll be listening. Can't wait for the discussion. Very cool." Oh, and speaking of which, while you're here, let me bring it up. Movie of the week. I have a bunch of pictures over here this week. Now I got to find. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Movie of the week this week. Kroll.
Good God, yes.
Kroll. I got to rewatch that thing. I haven't seen that literally since like the 80s. Again, another HBO movie. Another movie that I used to see all the time on HBO. But I honestly, I don't remember. I just remember, what do you call that? The glaive, I think, is the weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Cyclops guy had a horse with hooves of fire. And there was something about a spider in a cave. God,
honestly,
it's been a while. I saw it a couple of
recently,
years ago, but
it wasn't that long ago. I watched. I'm a big fan of the Adam Savage Tested channel here on YouTube, and it wasn't that long ago. He visited, I think it was the prop store over there in London, and they had one of these come up for auction, and they were showing it. And surprisingly, there's only one hero side to that weapon. When they turned it around, you can totally see the inner workings that make the blades come out, and it's just like rubber bands and stuff. It was so crude, but cool, and it still worked. Because when you think about it, they only had to show one side really on camera, so the other side you could just see the inner workings of it. It was really cool. So there's a little factor you could I was going to say Google it, but YouTube it and look on Tested, look up that weapon. It was pretty neat, pretty in-depth look at it. So, but anyway, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure last I looked too, Kroll was free on Tubi. So if you don't have access to it, I'm pretty sure it's still free on that there Tubi. So if you want to refresh your memory, if you're like me and haven't seen it since you was like 10, you might want to check it out so you can interact with the fellas there on Wednesday. Pop Culture Breakdown. Movie of the week is Kroll. So, okay, back to, told you I got a bunch of pictures. Back to this one.
Yeah. Robert Wright's here. Hello.
Hey, old brother Rob. Hey, hold on. Come on. Okay, there we go. Whew, didn't want to go. Didn't want to go. Okay, I think we're back to, yes, so I'm seeing everyone. Okay, Luke, I am. Rob Wright says, your father's uncle's cousin's former roommate. So what does that make us, John? Absolutely nothing.
Well, I have a chart.
You always do. You always do. Okay, Luke, I am too sexy for my shirt. Yeah, King Dolphin rocking some Right Said Fred. Okay, let's see what Tim, the guy who shared the meme, see what he has to say. He says, Luke, I am your proctologist. Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. Oh, man. Okay. Rob is actually going to start working on the slides for that there movie Kroll. Very cool. Very cool. Let's see. Donna
my
says,
proctologist came after me with a lightsaber, I'd be out of that doctor's office faster than Pudgy on coffee.
Oh, geez. That'd be, man, a lightsaber up the rectum. That'd be like Art the Clown would be. That would be like, Luke, I am Art the Clown. That's what that would be. Donna says, haven't seen it. Remember, all the boys loved it. Like I said, if you got access to YouTube, which we all do, Go ahead, check her out. I might even watch it later tonight. I see, because I don't know what to do. Like John, I was telling you backstage, like this stupid job I work at, right? I was hoping to be able to go, ladies and gentlemen, I have a 3-day weekend, so this could be a really long stream tonight. Okay. So what they did was they said Wednesday, they're like, okay, we're leaning to a 3-day weekend. We're thinking about calling it, too much snow, or we're going to close on Sunday. So, but we'll let you know for sure. For sure, they said on Thursday. I go to work on Thursday, and they said, for all intents and purposes, we're going to shut down. However, if the snow isn't as bad as what they're saying, we'll call you at 10 in the morning. So first of all, sometimes I go to bed at 10 in the morning. I ain't going to be up at 10 in the morning. So I probably won't even find out until tomorrow afternoon whether I actually have work or not. And I guess that's all going to be based on whether I wake up and I see, snow up to my bedroom window, which is on the second floor, which I'm seeing, they're saying like this could be like the worst storm in years. So I don't know. You don't know what to believe anymore. Sometimes they tell you it's not going to do anything, and you get 6 inches. Sometimes they tell you you're going to get 10 feet, and you get like a dusting. So I don't know. They can't predict the weather anymore, which is how I don't even know why they're so sure we're getting this. Because I heard something. So and John, I'm sure you noticed it changed so much throughout the week. It was, we're going to get this amount. We're going to get that amount. The maximum I've seen so far is 18 inches. There's a possibility of 18 inches, they're saying. But I literally saw a guy, a weather guy, say that there is a warm wrinkle. Like I never even heard the term before. There's a warm wrinkle that may push this up and bring us warmer air, so we won't. So anyway, they don't know. I think this warm wrinkle is just yet another way of saying they don't know what they're talking about. So
watch. It'll be 70 degrees with a balmy breeze from the south.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, I guess I'll take this down now because I'm assuming we're done with the Luke's I Am Your. So okay, hold on. I'm going to read a few more chats because I saw Rob said it's a great movie. Again, I got to refresh my memory. I haven't seen it in forever. And Legatus says Kroll, where the Giants gave up one eye and became the Cyclops to see the future. But the only future they saw was their time, method of death, LOL. See, I wish I could do that. Remember that guy back in the 80s, that deep voice movie guy? That's how that should have been read. Kroll, where the Giants gave up on one eye. But I can't do that.
Yeah.
But anyway, Rob says, can't wait to talk Kroll on Wednesday. Can't wait to hear it. Can't wait to hear it.
Yeah.
Yes. Donna says, see, again, that's one of the first things I should have said. I love my chat because they do my job for me because I'm too stupid to remember to do it on my own. But Donna says, yes, hit the like button. If you would be so kind, please hit that. Matter of fact, smash that thing. That's what YouTubers say, right? You got to smash that like button, right? Smash it. Yeah. Don't smash your monitor because then you won't be able to come back and watch again.
Oh, maybe that's what's wrong with the computer. You smash them like button and it break computer.
Maybe that's it. You know what? I got to stop taking them literally. I watch a YouTube video and they say smash, and I'm like, you know what I mean? There, smash it, right? So maybe I got to stop.
Because you know how they say, look the like button. You could get electrocuted.
Yeah. Holy smokes! Listen.
Ooh.
We got Dr. Balls in the chat. We got Dr. Balls. I love this person just because I love the name. He or she. I don't want to because it's Skeletor. But welcome to the channel. I'm not familiar with Dr. Balls. I would have remembered that one. But they say, is it possible to learn this power? Not from a Jedi. Right? Not from a Jedi. Donna says, I am in Kentucky and the snow is really light right now, just a dusting. We should be at spaced. Okay, we should be at 3 to 4 by now. All right. So last I looked out, we still don't have anything yet. So I don't know. I'm really nervous. We're either gonna get like nothing or we're gonna get just dumped on. So Oh, speaking of which, that's another thing too. I apologize for last week. I was so tired last week. Like literally, I totally forgot half the stuff I wanted to say and everything about Empire. But it kind of pertains to a Jedi too, because there's technically some Imperial Walker action in Return of the Jedi. So I'm going to pose the question this week because I totally forgot to ask last week. So here's the question. The Imperial Walker is officially known as what? What do you call it? Do you say AT-AT or AT-AT? John, what do you say? Or have you ever even thought about it?
I saw something recently. it was one of those behind the scenes thing, and the one guy was saying AT. I always said at because I'm lazy and short. So,
Well,
you know,
see, here's my thing. I'm always like, I'm adamant about no, it's at because I'm like, I always said at. It's got to be at.
yeah.
And then I get in an argument with people, and then I realize like the chicken walker, the two-legged
Mhm.
version is the
Yeah.
ATST. And that's not an atst, right? It's not an atst. So then I kind of lose my own argument, and then I'm like, well, maybe it is an ATAT. I don't know. I
Ah,
think I think my answer to that question is for nostalgic reasons, I call it an AT-AT because that's what I called it when I was a kid. But I think technically it should
yeah.
be an AT-AT because it is an abbreviation. What is it? An all-terrain attack transport or all-terrain armored
Yeah.
transport or something like that.
Yeah.
So
SP4H has that in there.
okay. Oh, smokes. Holy crap. Yo, we got more people here. See, this is what
Yeah.
happens when I get talking. Okay. When you see Jim Cantori run, I don't know
Yeah.
who that is. Do you know who that is, John?
He's that weatherman on I think it's CNN who shows up where all the storms are.
Oh, CNN. See, that's why I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't watch garbage. Anyway, Lombardi
Yeah.
1969 is here. He says, greetings
Hello.
to everybody. Really? Yeah, thank you. Nice to see Lombardi 1969. Yes. Let's see.
Yeah.
Lombardi says, I was 13 years old when Return of the Jedi came out in 1983. Yes, I can't wait to talk
Yeah.
about this one. Not that, listen, I love 77 Star Wars. Empire is usually my favorite movie, depending on what day you ask me. Usually I'm going to say Empire is my favorite movie. However, when I really get thinking about Return of the Jedi, sometimes it gets a little edge, and I'm going to explain why. But
Yeah.
let me continue through the chat because I think we have some new people.
Yeah.
The goddess isn't new. He's one of the old folks here with us, right?
Yep.
But, well, I don't mean old folks, but he's been here with us for a while. You know what I'm saying? But he says,
Yep.
let me guess. Got the one update which screws up all computers. Yeah, there's something going on. Just as all these issues I was having. I got another thing came up, says Windows 10 is no longer supported, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, no wonder I'm having all this. And I'm trying not to curse because if you haven't noticed, General Kala isn't here. General Kala won't be with us this week. She may pop in the chat, but she has her grandkids this week. So I'm going to try not to curse and carry on. It's John, the F-bombs are flying backstage. I'm really trying to put on a happy face here, but this computer shenanigans has me worked up this evening. But so I'm hoping, because I got a funny sneaking suspicion that as I go to show all the things that I brought to show you fine folks tonight, we're going to have an issue like we did before, and my camera's going to go off or something. And listen, it's going to take me 2 hours to get everything back away what I have out tonight. Because like John, I was telling you backstage, I have so much crap on shelves and everything. It's strategic placement. Like I can't get one thing out without moving 15 other things. It's like Jenga, right? The way I really need I need more better storage options. One of these days I'm gonna have to get a bigger house and really and like anyway, that's my dream, be able to have the cool YouTube setup where I have all my cool toys and stuff behind me. But anyway, that's not today. So unfortunately this evening after the show's over, before Fett goes, because I even have stuff on my bed as I was trying to just get things out of the way. So I have a lot of work to do after the show. So anyway, Rob Wright said, now is that a tat? Is it a tat? Or is that, I'm not sure, is that AT-AT or is that AT-AT? Because
AT&T, American Telephone and Telegraph.
Oh, Jesus. I saw a payphone the other day. I often wonder what kids think nowadays when they see a payphone. Like what the hell is that? Like, you gotta pay? Like, no, I'll use this because my mommy and daddy pays for this. I don't have to pay. Why would I want to put change? Anyway. Yes, SP4H. And hail, by the way, hail, SP4H, brother SP4H, my brother from another mother, says all-terrain armored transport. Yes, I knew it was something like that.
Yeah. William Shakespeare is here. Hello.
Oh, he is cool. Okay, I'm getting down there. And also I almost said YOLO says SP4H. SP4H says and YOLO. Damn it, this thing. All right, things are moving on their own back here. Okay. Donna says at. Okay. Oh, wait, then wait. Also, she says AT-AT. AT-AT. All right. I think, in my opinion, either applies. because
Mhm.
I think most of us sit out at as kids, and then you grow up and you find out.
Yeah.
It was kind of like I remember when I was little. Like I was just saying the other week, how I kind of always focused on when people mispronounce words and things, right? I know,
Mhm.
listen to me with my Coleridgean accent and saying they
Yeah.
instead of they and stuff like that. But I always zeroed on when people said like especially instead of especially and etc. There's no X in
Yeah.
it. It's not etc. It's etc.
Yeah.
Things like that. But I remember when I found out, I was heartbroken the day that I found out that it's not porcupine. It's actually porcupine, right? I
Yeah.
never 'Cause I think I was more bummed out at myself, and this was I mean, I was little, it was elementary school, and I'm like,
Yeah.
"I've been saying porcupine." Like, in here in the coal region, we all, everybody around me was always saying, like, chimney instead of
Yeah.
chimney and things like that, and I'm like, "It's
Philum.
chimney." And then I'm like, "You're kidding me." I was mispronouncing porcupine. I was saying
Yeah.
porcupine. I was like anyway, it sucks when you find these things out. Just like
Yeah.
when I found out it was probably an AT-AT. But anyway,
Yeah.
yes, William Shakespeare is here. How the heck are you? I'm trying not to curse. I'm like, how about it, John? I was like a drunken sailor backstage. I'm trying not to let him fly. I'm trying to, because
Yeah.
I know General Kala is probably going to watch this on the replay. We got to uphold some
Yeah.
standards here, right? We gotta.
Yeah.
I'm trying to show General Kala that she's taking me under her wing, and her boy is growing up, right?
Mhm.
I'm trying to show yeah. I got to. My lessons are learned, and I'm trying not to curse. Now, if this
Yeah.
computer doesn't stop, okay, that may be a different story, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
So William says, "Oops, sorry, you called it first." Okay, let's see. All right. Rob Wright says, "Empire is my favorite. I like Jedi, but I have a few issues with it." That's fine. That's fine. A lot of people do. Uh, it's not perfect for sure. Okay, one of the dumbest things that ever happened in any Star Wars movie was performed, and I wish I would have thought of it earlier because I would have brought the GIF. I'm sure you've all seen it. When they're on the sail barge and Luke is tearing through everybody with the green lightsaber, and he's kicking some large quantities of ASS. I'm not going to say it. If we can, well, we'll be like AT-AT, ASS, right? That'd
Yeah.
be my Imperial Walker. Would be like the ASS. But anyway, he's going through the sail barge. He's whooping everybody with the lightsaber, and then he comes up to that one alien, and he like kicks him in the face, but like slowed
Mhm.
down. You can totally see his foot is like a foot, like 12
Yeah.
inches away from the guy's face. So, yeah. So okay, there are some bad. Well, now, geez, the offing of Boba Fett in that movie, like I don't know what George was thinking, really. Okay,
Mhm.
we'll get into that though. But so Donna says Empire way better than Jedi. Yes, in most cases, yes, way better movie, way better movie. I have sentimental reasons that I will get into though. So I love it for sentimental reasons. Rob Wright says Empire is my favorite. Oh no, I already read that. Did this jump on me? Yeah, it did. Holy crap! This thing, it keeps scrolling. So I have the chat. Like I said, I have the two chats backstage. The one on my far right is the one where I can click show and bring your bubbles up on the show here. Well, that one keeps on scrolling on up on itself or down, whatever it feels like doing. I'm guessing my mouse is still being anyway. This computer thing, I just need to like burn it all down and start all new is what I need to do. But on the bright side, I think one of the reasons I'm having issues, I did a lot of work for Team Xanadu this week, and hopefully you're gonna start seeing some of that stuff. And so that's one of the reasons there weren't. I don't think I didn't do a single video this week. I only did a couple
Yeah.
cheap shorts and things like that. But so I've been nose to the grindstone. Again, I don't know where that saying came from because that would be very painful. But
Yeah.
I did for Team Xanadu. I put my nose to the grindstone. Grindstone? I invented a word, John. I invented a word. But Rob Wright says a payphone. How much does it cost to make a call from it? I didn't even go over and look at it. I should have though, because I'm kind of curious. What? I mean,
Yeah. Because back in the 80s, that
Yeah.
was your cell phone. Mother
Yeah.
didn't let me out of the house unless I had a quarter in my wallet.
Yeah, remember we
And
even used to have. There was a saying back in the day, John. We used to say to people, here's a quarter. Go call someone who cares. Remember that? Remember that
exactly.
saying?
Tanya Tucker wrote a song with that title.
Say that now. Say that now to
Yeah.
some punk kid or something on the street. It's like
Yeah.
here's a quarter. They'll look at you like you're an idiot. But
Yeah.
people look at me like that all the time for some reason. I don't know. It's kind of Kind of sad.
Yeah, and I
But
carried that quarter up into my 20s.
very nice. William says, "Thank you, Fet for Hire. Let's rid the world of such broken English immediately." Yeah, I know. I've been trying to, since I've come on YouTube, I notice the coal region coming out of me. You know, I'm trying to be more. That's another thing I'm working on. Not just the uhs and ums, but the saying they instead of them or those. You know, look at those.
Yeah.
Or look over there.
This, these, them, and those.
Yeah. And there. Look over there. What are you daring
And
me?
that.
No. That, this, that, the other thing. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I don't get it because most of the people that settled here are, you know, Dutch and German, and yet I don't know. It sounds like Italian. You know, you're like, hey, oh, this over there, go over there, capiche? You know what I mean? Oh, hey, oh, you know what I mean? I don't know. You know what I mean?
Well, this
Forget
has a
about it.
lot to do with the mining industry, because a lot of times if a mine up here closed where the Lithuanians are, they would workers would move down to your area or over to Hazelton.
Hmm.
You know, so people got around and they spread their accents in the bars and the stores, on the street, everywhere, and of course in the mines.
Okay. I saw this comment from Donna. She said, "My high school boyfriend said it was AT-AT. I didn't argue." Okay, good enough. So Donna had messaged me. I'm gonna have to take these off. Honestly, Donna had messaged me just in case she couldn't be here. So she had a little bit of a story. So I'm assuming she's still okay with me reading it. But she's here. But instead of retyping it in a chat, I'll just read this. She said, now this is Donna Hergenrether again, folks. She says, "I went to the town movie theater opening weekend with my 8th grade girl crowd." Oh man, a bunch of girls. That would have been, I did, you know, finding girls around here that like Star Wars was like, it's like a needle in a haystack. Anyway, and she had a crowd of them. Like, I wish I lived where I should have lived in Kentucky. But anyway, there was around 9 or 10 girls. See what I mean? It was a crowd too.
Yeah,
man. Anyway,
it's respectable.
that next Monday lunchtime was a very animated discussion on who was the better and hotter good guy. Okay, so I wouldn't have been part of that conversation, but I was Team Luke, and more than half were Team Han. It was so spirited that about Luke being the hottest that I didn't speak to my best friend for 2 days. Wow. Serious Star Wars fan attitude. Donna, I didn't think you could go up any higher in my book, but you just went up a couple notches. Not because you're in love with Luke, but because you were that serious about Star Wars. They actually talk to your best friend about it. That's freaking awesome. And Teen Magazine had Luke as the centerfold. It was on my wall until I left home. That's a cool story. Very nice, Donna. Very cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate you sending that to me.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do these streams too. Again, nothing scientific, you know, it's not a movie review. It's not anything Gary Ambrosia would be proud of for sure. But this is just to discuss. And I kind of want to do it, you know, I guess every January, you know, because I'll obviously still have more things to show. And hopefully even by next year, we'll have a bigger crowd. Maybe some other people join in and talk about their love of Star Wars. Because like I always say, and I will always say, no matter what Disney did, or will do, hopefully they're going to start doing some good things. But even if they continue to destroy it, I will always love the original trilogy and the prequels, and even some of their stuff, I'll be honest. So they can't take it away from me. The love will never go. So we will always break down to talking Star Wars at some point. But speaking of talking, I see Brother Lenrod is here. And that reminds me, before we get into Return of the Jedi as well. So I kind of splurged on myself. I shouldn't have, but I did. And John, you know, I've been telling you, my post office has been giving me, they won't deliver my mail. They won't pick up my mail, this and that and the other thing. But okay, it's one thing to not send me my bills. All right, that's one thing. But when I order some CDs, they're lucky they brought them to me, and they arrived today. I didn't open them yet, but I did listen to them on YouTube because both bands uploaded their stuff. And I'm going to talk, well, I was going to go in a different order, but I'm going to talk about this one first, just real quick. I mentioned this last week. This is the new creator, Crushers of the World with a K, Crushers with a K. They actually just did yesterday a listening party, like a live stream where they streamed the whole album. Listened to it a couple times yesterday. Freaking brutal. Lenrod, if you haven't heard Crushers of the World yet, they have a couple good videos too, man. 7 Serpents. Holy jeez. There's like the group chanting in it and stuff. crawl. They're like yelling, crawl, seven serpent, crawl. Man, I was like, I just want, you know, I just wanted, I was laying there in bed and I still wanted to mosh. You know, I was laying there listening to it. I had the phone right by my head and I was like moshing in bed. I was like, get out there, listen to Crushers of the World by Creator. What a fantastic freaking album.
So that's your new curse word.
Yeah. Anyway, that being said, the other CD that I splurged on, of course, you knew I was gonna. The new Megadeth. Okay, the new Megadeth. Self-titled, just called Megadeth. All right. Now, everyone on YouTube, I haven't seen one positive review. Everyone is pooping on this CD. Everyone is pooping on this CD. Now, you can call me a Megadeth tard. You can call me whatever you want. I like this thing. I like it. I have one issue with it, and I'll tell you what that is in a second. But I think the reason people are pooping on this is because they were hoping to get like another Peace Sells or something like that as the last album on the way out. This is more like modern Megadeth for the most part. I like especially their last two albums, Dystopia and The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. I thought were pretty great, you know. And some of the stuff even harkens back to like the Euthanasia era, which I love Euthanasia. A lot of fans don't. That's kind of the one where they were still heavy, but they slowed down. But there was some great music on it. And this, again, Timo, I hope I'm saying this right, Timo Montessori, their new guitar player.
Excellent.
I love Kiko. I love Kiko Loureiro, their previous guitar player. That guy could play anything, okay? Yeah. And he was a great fit in Megadeth. But if you love the Marty Friedman era of Megadeth, Timo is by far the closest feel. Like if you close your eyes and you don't think about what you're listening to, it sounds like Marty Friedman on this album. He's really close to Marty Friedman. So now I do have one issue with this album. The cover of Ride the Lightning. I understand why Dave did it. He said he's paying tribute because it is a song that he heavily wrote. He is heavily responsible for the song Ride the Lightning. The problem being is, so Dave's like 63, I think I want to say nowadays. He doesn't have the same venom in his vocals that he once had back in the day. Yeah. And so when you're used to Metallica's, because you were talking, that's second album, Young James Hetfield. That was back when James Hetfield sounded all pissed off and stuff. Like now I hate the way James sings now. So don't go pooping on Dave for not sounding the way he did either, because James Hetfield doesn't sound anything like he did before either. So I think if Dave would have covered this earlier, would have covered Ride the Lightning earlier in his career when he still had that venom in his voice, it would have been much better. Essentially the song is pretty much the same. You know, it's just like a cleaned up version of Ride the Lightning, which I do prefer the Metallica version. I'm going to be honest. I do, just because I grew up with it. It's angrier sounding, you know, this is too clean. It's too clean on here. And Dave doesn't have the anger in his voice like James Hetfield had back in the day. But again, like I said, Hetfield doesn't sound, I can't stand the way Hetfield, all that, you know, all that crap. I can't stand it. I can't stand modern James Hetfield, but I can still stand modern Dave Mustaine, just not on Ride the Lightning. So the rest of this album, the one song, I can't remember the title off the top of my head, but it does sound a lot like Angry Again, which is an older song of Megadeth. And so I understand why people are pooping on it.
I'll be right back.
Don't threaten me, John. Okay. But so I understand people expected a little more, but I like it. And maybe in a couple weeks of more listening to it, I'll change my mind. But right now, that's how I feel about it. So definitely, you know, if you're a Megadeth fan and you have all the other albums, including, because listen, I'm not going to say Megadeth never did a bad album. Super Collider was a stinker. I remember when I got the CD, like for one, I didn't even like the cover. Sometimes you can tell by a cover, which I was worried about this, that they chose white, right? You know, because it's metal, you know, it should be black but so anyway, I got the Super Collider album. And one of the reasons I buy CDs is because one of the first things I do is open them. And as I pop it in and I'm listening to it, I like to go through the booklet and see what guitars they're endorsing and all this stuff. And as I was reading Super Collider, I'm reading the instruments played and I'm like, banjo on a Megadeth song. I'm like, that's either going to be really good or really bad. And it was really bad. It was really bad. I believe the song is "The Blackest Crow." It has some Megadeth song with banjo in it, and it didn't work. So I really did not care for Super Collider. But this is way better than Super Collider, in my opinion. It's right up there. If you liked The Sick, the Dying, the Dead, and Dystopia, you're gonna like this. So don't let it stop you. And they're cheap. You know what I mean? CDs are cheap nowadays. And by the way, too, I didn't find out. I just pre-ordered this on Amazon, but there are some special editions. I think at Walmart comes with a patch. I want to say Target. I think they have a special album version of it. Or no, there's a bonus track on the one at Target, I think. Bloodlust, I think, is an extra track. And I want to say like Hot Topic has like because there's a song on here called what the hell is it called? Oh no, the extra track, Bloodlust. So they have a special like red vinyl or something that you can buy and stuff. So there are different versions of it depending on where you want to get it. But anyway, I guess I spent way too much time on that. But I did see Lenrod say, okay, Lenrod says he's going to have to make a big order shortly. Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, there it was. I thought I saw before we get off of Megadeth. Euthanasia was to Megadeth as Load was to Metallica. I'm not real familiar with Load. I've heard it back in the day. As long as he didn't say it was the Saint Anger, because Super Collider is kind of the Saint Anger. Although I can stand the drums on Super Collider, I can't even stand the drums on that. But so anyway, I guess I wasted. Well, I wouldn't say wasted. I wouldn't say wasted, but I spent a little too much time on that. Oh, Lenrod actually enjoyed Super Collider. I have to give it another listen. That was one of damn why I haven't listened to it in a long time. Maybe it would grow on me now, but I don't know. I don't see it. Just kind of like The World Is a Hero was another one where I don't know. It was missing something. It was missing something. And honestly, United Abominations too. The return of Chris Poland. I was expecting much more. I guess it's kind of how fans are feeling about this new album. But with the return of the original guitar player, not counting Kerry King for the 5 minutes he was in the band, but with the return of the original guitar player, I expected much more from United Abominations. And I would say this is better than United Abominations, Super Collider, and The World Needs a Hero. So there's no reason not to pick this up if you're a Megadeth fan. So there, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Take them apples and all of that there stuff. Anyway, that's my review. Anyway, I guess it was kind of a review. That's my so anyway, I guess we're supposed to be discussing a movie called Return of the Jedi. So, but before we even discuss anything about that, I'm sure it's pretty common knowledge by now, but I'm surprised when I point this out to people, how many people didn't know that. Were you all aware that the movie was originally titled Revenge of the Jedi? Yeah. It was originally titled Revenge of the Jedi, right up until like last minute, which is why some posters and things like that actually got out to the public. I wish I could say I have an original. I have a reproduction of this poster, hangs in my front room for years and years and years. And this was another one by Drew Struzan, I want to say. I'm pretty sure Drew Struzan did the artwork for this here poster, because I saw where George Lucas said on many an occasion where he just can't stand a movie poster that's just a photo or whatever. Yeah. It should be a painting. So I'm pretty sure Drew Struzan did this here painting. But yes, it was originally called Revenge of the Jedi until George at the last minute, or maybe somebody pointed out to George anyway, that Jedi don't take revenge. It's kind of not a Jedi thing. So changed it to Return, which is much better, because Return of the Sith would have been okay, but I like Revenge of the Sith better. So yes, Rob Wright says yes. Jedi don't take revenge. Exactly. What was he thinking? In the first place? But now, yeah.
He was having one of those days when his brain didn't work. I think that was in that week when he hired Kathleen Kennedy. Oh!
Now, see, there again. See, you had to bring that up, because that brings me back to territory where, like I keep saying, some people in our community got mad at me when they get mad at me when I say this, but I still think that was some revenge on George's part. Like he thought they were gonna like kind of take Star Wars down the path they did, and he's like, I think he got some. Even if it wasn't planned, you can't tell me George Lucas doesn't sit back and snicker a little bit when he sees all this bad stuff about Disney Star Wars and think to himself, suddenly Jar Jar wasn't so bad now, is he? So you can't tell me George is a regular person, right? So he got to take some pride in the fact that he didn't F up Star Wars as bad as Disney. But
definitely.
Oh, speaking of that, I just saw today. I didn't even read on it, but apparently Ahmed Best, who did the mocap, I'm trying to sound all professionally, did the mocap, the motion capture of Jar Jar Binks and the voice, I believe. He's apparently writing a comic now. He's doing a Star Wars comic.
Really?
So I don't know. Nothing against him, but the character was a little obnoxious. But it was like I said, it was for the kids. I had some issues the first time I saw the Phantom Menace, but really Jar Jar was kind of barely on the radar. It was more Jake Lloyd that was my main issue. And again, killing Qui-Gon, killing Darth Maul. Well, at least we thought he was dead right away. But again, I understand it. Only so much can fit into 3 movies. But anyway, Lenrod, I hate how long it takes for me to click for the bubble. Sorry about that. Again, I didn't bother turning my notifications off because I have all my sound effects for Star Wars, so we'll just get some ambiance in the background. But Lenrod said, I never thought Jar Jar as that bad, but then I was in the target demographic for Jar Jar. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's what I mean for kids. So I was a little kid when I saw Return of the Jedi, which we might as well get into that now. I mean, I guess I am. I kind of am. But so, okay, Return of the Jedi. Why this movie is so special to me is if you caught any of the last 2 live streams, like I said, for some reason, my parents didn't take me to see the first 2 Star Wars movies in the theater. And I to this day, I don't know why. I have no clue why. But I did get to go see this one in a movie theater. So this is the first Star Wars movie that I got to experience in the movie theater. So that's why it is so special and sentimental to me. And I think even more so than people that are significantly younger than me. I apologize, need to move that, because I saw it. So let me bring up some other pictures here. I'm going to get real nostalgic now because this here, what I'm about to show you here, this here was my local theater. This was the Victoria Theater. As you can see, it was built in 1917, and unfortunately, it was torn down in 1999. Now, the saddest part is for years, people, high-ranking people in our area here started the Victoria. I forget what the full name of it was, but it was like a club to restore this. They wanted to restore it because, as far as back as I can remember, it was in such disrepair upstairs you couldn't even go in the balcony, which was unfortunate. Yeah. It would have been nice. Now, if you look at this picture, it doesn't really look like much, but it was huge, especially as a little kid. It was huge. Here, I'll pop up a little closer picture of the front before I move to the inside. So really, it doesn't look like much, right? But you can imagine back in the day. Now, this was probably late 90s, this picture here, before it was torn down. Because if you look on the side, those 8 windows there, those are poster. That's where they put the posters for the movies that were showing and movies upcoming. And, they were lit up, and it was kind of a special thing. And the lights on the roof in the front there that goes out over the sidewalk with the neon V. Yeah. And when the lights were all blinking and stuff like that, it felt like something, and I can imagine back in 1917, 1918, when this thing first opened, I mean, it was probably the greatest thing. I mean, we did have another theater too, the Majestic, it was called, up the street. That one was torn down way before, I think even before I was born. I frequented it many times. I saw Ghostbusters in this theater. Matter of fact, when I went to see Ghostbusters, I was so heartbroken. The line was so long that it went all the way down the street, the sidewalk that you can see there. It went down to the left, all the way down the block, all the way down to the next block. And believe it or not, it was even without being able to go upstairs. So many people were allowed in. Honestly, my mom took me for Ghostbusters. We got almost to the door and they sold out. So I went to school the next day after standing there what seemed like all night to me as a little kid. So I went to school the next day, so heartbroken. But my mom's like, "All right, we'll go next night. We'll try. We'll go a little earlier." And fortunately, I did get in the next night to see Ghostbusters. But
Yeah.
so Return of the Jedi. Fortunately, we were there early enough that I did get in. The first time we went to see that, and I did get in. This is the interior. You can see, I
Beautiful.
mean, from the outside, like I said, it doesn't look like much, but it was big. Now, again, I never got to experience the balcony. It was closed off,
Mhm.
as long as I can remember. But you can see how actually big it was inside there. Here's a
Yeah.
shot of the seating area,
Hmm.
and you actually can't kind of see. I used to go. Now, I don't know if it's my old age or my eyeballs or what it is, but now I'm always in the back. I'm always somewhere in the
Yeah.
back. But kind of where the front couple of rows here are cut off
Hmm.
is kind of where I used to sit. I used to sit over
Yeah.
in the corner that you can't see here up in the front. But I just remember the screen was so big and the theater was so big, and the
Yeah.
acoustics in there with all of that old plaster and all that stuff. It was just way
Yeah.
different than these modern, you know, theaters. And I mean, it was kind of a pain, when people would talk and stuff, there were echoes and things like that, but the ambiance
Yeah.
was totally different, and I was so glad to have seen, Return of the Jedi in this theater. I will always remember this, and
Were
will always
those
be
wood back seats?
I believe they were. I believe they
All
were.
right. Well, that's
Yeah.
a testament to how good movies used to be because you didn't have to feel comfortable in the seat. The movie just took your mind off of that, didn't it?
Yeah, 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 'cause, I only remember the cushion being, like, what you sat on. Like, the backs of the seats were kinda rigid from what I recall, but yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, with movies like Return of the Jedi, man, I was on the edge of my seat anyway. I didn't need the back of the seat. I was kinda like I was into it, I was is unlike movies of today, I can't get into any of those. So I need the big recliner with the cup holder and stuff to distract me from the crap that's on
Yeah.
the screen. But,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, but this was an experience, man. I totally missed this theater. This was this was probably late '90s. You can see that the steps are closed off. It was kind of in disrepair at this point. I couldn't
Yeah.
find a picture, but to the right of this picture is where you bought the tickets, and then was like the
Hmm.
concession stand with all the goodies and stuff like that. I couldn't find a photo of that. And I have one last picture just to show how ornate. This is the dome on the ceiling.
Oh,
Yeah, you know?
nice.
So I really wish this could have been saved because sadly, a Rite Aid went in opposite
Hmm.
this, and so they ended up when the people couldn't get the money to restore this. Rite Aid
Yeah.
bought it, tore it
Hmm.
down for a parking lot for Rite Aid, and wouldn't you know, about 2 months ago, Rite Aid posted that they're going out of business. So now that's
Yeah.
probably going to get ripped down. So now we're going to have 2
Yeah.
parking lots. But
That's a shame. That plaster work, gilding, everything. And that's all craftsmanship that came over from Europe, you
yeah,
know. And there was a lot of the artisans came over, uh, did some just amazing work. And every theater was different with all this kind of stuff. It's
right. Yeah.
fantastic.
Okay.
God, I love that.
All right. Brother Lenrod, I was sorry, I was listening to you, John, but I was also seeing some things in the chat.
Hmm.
Lenrod does have access to it again. Okay, cool. So, all right, that's another thing, ladies and gentlemen. So I've been talking for the last couple of weeks about the new group chat on Twitter.
Hmm.
I let the old one hang for a while. I posted the link, and I even posted, I think, on Twitter. If you guys wanted into the new chat, let me know because I was going to roll with it. Because finally, it got to a point, the old group chat being unencrypted, which is not what Twitter wants, I guess.
Hmm.
Like literally. So for everyone, Rob Wright, I know you're one of them who were part of the old chat, and it's like he was always posting his links, and sometimes it was Russian roulette. Sometimes it would let me react or comment, reply.
Hmm.
Sometimes it wouldn't. So I had to roll with the new group chat.
Yeah.
So I think I added most people that were in it. And again, if you don't want to be in it, you can totally leave. I don't like adding people against their will. I just added people who were in it. And Pop Culture Republic too. Just FYI, if you didn't get the notification, I added you to it as well, so that in the event that you want to come on in circumstances like this where our General Kala is not with us tonight, the link
Yes,
will
she
be there.
is.
Well, she's in the chat, but
Yeah.
yo, But well, yeah, she could still, but she's kind of busy too, so she doesn't have the time to be sending out links all the time. So the
Ah,
group chat's there, and brother Pop, I added you to it. Lenrod, you're in it. There are a couple of people. I'm just going to throw this out there again, in case you watch this on a replay or even show up here. Maybe it'd be nice if, as I'm speaking, but later, rewatch it or something. So Sandra, I was still unable to add you. I think you have to update your Twitter app in order to do so. Brother Glenn Schroeder was another one I couldn't. It wouldn't let me. I wanted to, brother Glenn, but it wouldn't let me. So you're gonna have to update your Twitter app to make that happen. And brother Sean K. Brother Sean K is another one who, again, I think he's still kind of down and out after losing his father. So,
yeah.
but I do hope one day. I hope number one, I hope you're okay, buddy. We miss you here, and if you do watch
Yes.
on the replay, you're welcome back anytime. Anytime you want to talk about music or tunes or your latest stuff. Once you get back on that horse, I know when I lost my father back in '95. I was a mama's boy too. That was the strangest thing about it was when my father passed, I was devastated. Like I was passing out and anyway. So I understand, buddy. So, but
Yeah.
just for the record, you're welcome here anytime. I just I couldn't add you. You got to update your Twitter app and I will re-add you to the group chat and you can come on anytime. So, but yeah, Rob says that's an awesome classic theater. Yeah. Yeah. I miss it, man. I miss it. And as it got into disrepair and the coal region, rednecks and stuff started doing their shenanigans in it and all, it got the reputation as being known as the Sticky Vicky. But yeah, I mean, it could have been great again. It could have been great again. That's one of those
Oh,
things
yeah.
where I hate to get like everyone else, but like, I look at people like Elon Musk and, all these people here and, a couple $100,000 to restore this thing would have been nothing. It would have been nothing to
Yeah.
him. He could have
Tax write-off.
yeah, he could have just been like, okay, here's $1 billion, fix up all these old classic Victorian movie theaters in the country, right? And it wouldn't have been nothing to him. But so yeah, I get a little bitter when I think that I lost my Vicky. But anyway, let's see. Yep, that looks like a cool thing. Or it was. Unfortunately, it was.
Yeah.
Lenrod says the average weight of a person back then was also 1/3 of what it is now. Yeah, it's probably one in yeah. Yeah, so maybe it just needed reinforced. Maybe they just need to reinforce the balcony. But yep. Carlos said I keep clicking on the wrong link. I apologize, folks. I'm kind of here. I'm a little more awake than I was last week. Thirsty as mofo, but I'm here, kind of awake for now. Again, I think here. Okay, so here's what I think. I almost can't wait till we're done talking about Star Wars because we'll do it again. But okay, so I used to take a major pride in my Star Wars toys, keep them dusted and all of that there stuff. But now that it's kind of just me and I'm kind of like trying to take care of the house and the bills and all that stuff, dusting my Star Wars toys doesn't happen as often as it should. So the last couple of weeks before, you think I'd have a brain and do it the day before. But again, I was kind of busy, tied up on some stuff yesterday. But you think I'd dust my toys off beforehand. But now I think I'm all dried out and all my eyes are all like worn out from the dust. But anyway, they got a good dusting thanks to doing this. So, but again, yes, and I will have more stuff to show later on. But I just wanted to cut before I pull these down. Beautiful building. That would be a nice community building for film and play, which it was.
Yeah.
Which, as you saw in the one picture, I'll bring it back up. The screen could retract, and it was absolutely a stage with a curtain. So yeah, I'm sure there were many plays and all back in the day. So yeah. So man. Just a thing of memories now. Fortunately, like these pictures still existed on the internet. So before the stream today, I took them into an app and I cleaned them all up and everything. So
Very cool.
yeah, I might maybe just even make like a short that shows these before I, do anything else with them because they were so small and so grainy. I cleaned these up for this live stream, so I should probably do something with them. But,
Well, one bit of good news about this sort of thing. Are you familiar with the Iram Temple Shriners?
I am not.
Okay, they run. They're one of the shrine groups that runs the Shriners hospitals. They had a place called their mosque up in Wilkes-Barre, and it had a theater similar to this, same kind of layout. And that was abandoned many years ago. They sold it off to the city. The city is now rebuilding it, and they're going to try to restore all the plasterwork and the original seats and everything. So you may be able to capture a glimpse of that kind of glory once again in a couple of years.
That would be sweet, man. And you know what would be awesome?
Hmm.
It would be awesome to be able to watch Return of the Jedi in it. That would be
Yeah.
like that would be, like, overwhelming. That would be super sweet.
Yeah.
I noticed I just lost connection while you were talking, so, yeah. Brother James Caserta says, "I'm not too fat,
Hey.
just too short. I should be 15 feet tall." Same here, buddy. Same here.
Mm.
I know how you feel. Welcome, by the way. Welcome, Brother James. I almost said James T. Kirk. Brother James
Yeah.
Caserta. Don't know where that came. Oh, did you see that thing with Shatner eating the cereal in his car? Did you see that,
No.
John? Yeah, apparently,
No,
I
I
guess a
didn't.
video got out of William Shat somebody videoed him, eating cereal, and he claims it was Raisin Bran. He was eating cereal in his car, and the video got more views from what I understand. Something like 4,000,000 views, like instantly. It got more views than that new Star Trek, Academy, Starfleet Academy or whatever did. So that's kind of
Wow.
yeah, that's kind of funny.
And
So
he's what, 90 something now?
94? Is he 94?
Wow. He does
But
not look it at all.
no, he looks good for his age, honestly. I look worse than him, and I'm nowhere near his age. But so, okay, anyway, back to Return of the Jedi. So yeah, there, you saw where I saw it. It was magical to me, right? Finally, being an excited little kid, getting to see it up on the big screen. Man, getting to see the crawl and everything for the first time, and then it going up to episode 6, Return of the Jedi. So just to this day, when I put that in, now we have the big screen TVs and all. It's just like a little kid again, especially I love them all. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
When I see Empire Strikes Back come on, but there's something a little sweeter even to me when I see episode 6, Return of the Jedi, because it just takes me back to that movie theater at that time of my life. Little kid again,
Yeah.
still loving my toys, making me feel so sentimental reasons. Occasionally, Return of the Jedi bumps out Empire for number one for me. But
Yeah.
like I really I never had any issues with it. I know a lot of people can't stand Ewoks, but
Mhm.
again, I was a little kid. I wasn't really in the market for teddy bears, but I did collect
Mhm.
action figures, so I knew there would be some Ewok action figures to go along with everything else, and you could recreate. Now, I get it. A lot of people are like, "Yeah, them little teddy bears outnumbered the Empire," right? No, I
Mhm.
like that. I like that because that's a positive message. That's
Mhm.
it doesn't matter how much you're outgunned, how much technology somebody may have, how big somebody is. That's a positive message to a little kid. Like, you have a
Yeah.
chance, you know? So
Yeah.
David and Goliath, whatever. It's still cool. The little bears with their sticks and stones, defeated
Mhm.
defeated the big bad, empire there. So I liked that. I thought it was a positive message. And,
Yeah.
to this day, I gotta say, if you can watch that scene without a little Ewok, doesn't wake up when the other Ewok shakes him and he kinda humps over, and you're not a little
Mhm.
saddened by that, even at our old age, you're not human.
Yeah.
You're not human. So
Yeah.
that's what I have to say on
That's
that.
true.
So, but
That's
I
true.
I I love Return of the Jedi. I mean, even the fact so, obviously, you guys can tell my favorite color is green. Green and black. And there's Luke Skywalker shows up in the black Jedi robe with the green lightsaber, although I do
Mhm.
so that's my only gripe with that. Well, that's another gripe I have with Jedi. I love that he got the green blade. I can't stand the hilt on that saber, which I have one here. It's boxed, but I'll show it to you then, and I'll point out the hilt. I'm a bigger fan of the one that when his hand got cut off, right? I understand
Mhm.
why he doesn't have it anymore, because it kinda went with his hand. But anyway, which is another thing Disney never explained. If you recall, in, The Force Awakens, what was her that little Maz Kanata thing? Happened to
Yeah.
pull out she had the little treasure box, and she pulled out, Luke's lightsaber, and,
Mhm.
that's a story for another time. Disney, are we ever gonna get that story? Because I'd sure love to know, how you got a hold of the lightsaber. But anyway, uh
Yeah.
so, and John, brother John, did you know? My understanding is the reason why they changed Luke's lightsaber to green was because back in them their days, so this was so it was released in 1983. So I assume it was filmed in 82, 81, 82. They were still using blue screen technology, where now they use
Right.
green screen technology. Back then they were using blue, so they're having trouble with, I guess, adding the blue lightsaber with the blue back. So they changed the lightsaber.
Right.
He needed a new lightsaber anyway, which is another thing. If you folks haven't checked out, if you have a million box sets and things like I do, you've probably seen the deleted scenes. There's a ton. I almost said
Mhm.
S-H-I-T ton. I'm trying not to curse. Carla, see, I'm still
Yeah.
trying to curse, even though you're not here. But there's a ton of deleted scenes, which one of these days I'll have to show you. Hasbro actually did some deleted scene action figures that I have. I don't have them tonight, but anyway. So if you caught the deleted scenes, one of those deleted scenes was where Luke actually constructs his lightsaber, which it's only maybe a minute, 2 minutes in length.
Yeah.
So I never understood why they cut that out, because it would have made so much more sense than just because you have to go the entire movie with just like, he has the different lightsaber right in the beginning, right? Right in the beginning, he's like, there's a green lightsaber. You have to wait till almost the end where Darth Vader looks at it and says, you have constructed a new lightsaber. Your skills are complete. Anyway, William Shakespeare is here. I thought I saw the notification up on top of the screen. I thought I lost connection again, but hold on. Let me bring him in.
Yeah.
See, no, come on now. Okay.
There he is.
Oh, there it is. Revenge.
Hey.
Hello there.
There he is. What's going on,
Right
my
on.
man?
Hey, good to see you guys.
Good to
Try
see
something
you,
a little-
man.
Right at the perfect time too. We're just starting to discuss our feelings about it. I mean, I don't think I can even say anything more just about how excited I get about it. I think it's a great movie. It's a flawed movie. It's not perfect, but none of them are. I mean, you can nitpick things in any of them, but I love it. So if brother Shakespeare, if heck, I can come out for some reason. If you want to wait just 1 second, I'm going to just toss it over to Brother John, and then we'll come down to you and get your thoughts on the topic. But Brother John,
take your time. Yeah.
Brother John, Return of the Jedi. What does it mean to you, if anything?
It was a good time, a good film. I think the only downside really for me is that motorcycle speeder chase was a bit long, especially with Leia's thing, because, a girl on a motorcycle would have hit the tree right away. I'm only kidding.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
ladies,
No.
Brother John's statements do not reflect those of the Fed for Hire channel or William Shakespeare. All your hate mail, that's Feds Forever over there.
Yeah.
That's a guy. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, she wouldn't have hit the tree right away. She'd have had the silly thing in reverse. I'm kidding. Just kidding.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna turn my camera off for all those people who clipped it. And yeah, no, just kidding. Go ahead.
No,
Continue.
really, it was
I'm
a
not sure.
fun
Did I do the right?
movie.
Should I have come on
The-
here? Or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
see- Oh, that's what it is. John's trying to nuke Brother Shakespeare. All
nah.
right, continue,
No,
Brother John.
It was a
Take
lot of
a little
fun.
deeper.
The whole scene in Jabba the Hutt's club there with Ula, the Rancor, Leia in disguise, and then not in disguise, not kidding there.
Yeah, nowhere
and
near any of this guy.
Lando shows up. The whole thing with C-3PO coming to the entrance and that big eye coming out of the wall or out of the door. Yeah. And what
Better
was
watch
the
what you say,
little
Brother John. Hey, just so you know,
Mhm.
look at bottom of the screen.
Ooh, what?
She's listening.
Uh-oh.
Keep that in mind, Brother John. She may not be here this week,
Uh-huh.
but remember, she may be here next
General
week.
Kala. Always listening.
Yep. But no, it was a lot of fun. The desert scene on the party barge, that was really interesting. Sarlacc pit and all that. Boba Fett showing up.
John, let's go over. Let's not move on. Nothing to talk about there. Move along.
No, Boba Fett was there. He was cool. But I mean, yeah, there was a lot of cool stuff in there, and some of the weirder characters. The one guard, tall, piggish looking guy, went down into the Rancor pit, and
Good morning, Gord.
Rancor ate him, I guess.
And he
you know,
squealed like a
just-
pig, John. He squealed
Yeah.
like a pig. He sure
Yeah,
did.
and the Rancor, for being a puppet for the most part, was pretty darned impressive.
Yeah, stop motion
You know.
stuff there. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, I think, I love Empire. And of course, my favorite is going to be episode 4. But this was really, I would put second in the first 3 as far as my rating for it. But it was really good. This one, I don't remember where I saw it, but I know it was in a theater. I think it might have been up in the Viewmont Mall at the GCC theaters, which weren't spectacular, but the seats were reasonably comfortable. But yeah, that was a good time.
Very nice. Very cool.
Yeah.
And now that you're in trouble with every woman in the world, let's go down to Mr. William Shakespeare. Got any thoughts on Return or Revenge of the Jedi? Any thoughts?
Oh, well, the first thing you asked, I think John was, or Fez was, what kind of an impact, or how did you feel about it at the time? So for me at the time, I was just exiting junior high school, just about to enter high school. So this was a very formative time, and and Star Wars had, the original Star Wars basically changed. I want to say it really changed my life. You went into it one day, the world looked like this, and
Yeah.
you're just thinking, whatever, blah blah blah. We're gonna see another. The trailers look great, and I saw it on black and white. That's all we ever had, but they still looked really good, really promising. But all the sci-fi that we knew up to then was, a fair amount of cheese with a little bit of reality kicked in just from Close Encounters of the Third Kind just before it.
Yeah.
Preacher came in just before it. Then we had Jaws just before that. But before that we had things like Logan's Run, which I loved, right? And we loved it to death. But still, you could tell it was a little tiny set when the little miniatures running around. And
Yeah.
you let your mind, you let your mind go with it, and that's fine. But then when Star Wars came, we didn't know what was going to hit us. You have no idea. You sit down in a theater and you see this thing opening up, and the small Corvette being chased by the Star Destroyer, and your mind just starts exploding right away. So that carried us all the way through. As kids, Star Wars laid the cement of there's a whole new world that we just entered, and The Empire Strikes Back solidified that big time. And the return of the Return of the Jedi just was a really nice bow on the whole picture. With the only exception that I was disappointed with was I wasn't a big fan of the Ewoks. That's probably about it, and that's really probably about it, because I felt like the first 2 films were very adult, and as kids, I could have been 6 years old when I went to see Star Wars. I still would love the crap out of it. That wouldn't have changed anything. I didn't need it to be a cartoon for me. Neither did my friends. I was 9 years old when I first saw it, and I was just completely hooked. So by the time we get into junior high school, and now we're seeing the Ewoks, I kind of thought, this feels like a little bit of a merchandise grab. He's taken advantage of this huge opportunity and toys that he's created. Now he's trying to cater to what, 4-year-olds or something like that. I didn't quite get it. But I didn't hate them entirely. I actually did like the language. I thought the language was pretty neat.
Yeah.
I still do.
Yub nub.
Yeah. Is that what it's called?
I don't know if that's what it's called. But
I just heard it. I just heard it referred to Ewokese by one of the. I was watching one of the documentaries here today earlier. So, and that was Carrie Fisher referred to it as Ewokese. I don't know if that's official term.
That's probably right.
Yeah. So, and whether or not George was also talking about how it was developed, how the Ewoks were developed, and they were intended to be larger creatures initially. Possibly, maybe, I think there's some rumor about maybe that he wanted to have them all Wookiees originally, and the cost of that was pretty big. Yeah. So, and then as he in the documentary, he spoke about the shrinking and the shrinking of the size of these animals until they became almost cute. So he thought, okay, we're going to go with that. And so it sounds like it was kind of intentional that it went this way anyway in the end. And but that other than that though, I love the final and the way the whole story played out. My own disappointment with Luke not finishing his training is such a bittersweet thing, and yet when I first saw it, I was just like, oh, are you not going to finish your training? And you can't. We're losing Yoda, and it's such a heartfelt experience, and yet it is one of the beautiful moments of that whole film is that this is life. This is the way things go, and if you don't take advantage of the moment, this is what happens. It was a lesson right there, that particular piece, and it still carries on to this day. It's one of these things that we still remember that whole point. That particular scene is still, is very sad and sorrowful when I watch it. And then the whole redemption in the end was I just couldn't get enough of it. I just loved the whole way the battle with Luke and Vader played out, and what transpired, and how Vader was redeemed.
Yeah.
The art. I know there's a lot of personal conflict within a lot of us, who grew up in this age. All of us here, and all of us listening, with this and the Lord of the Rings. Which one is the greater trilogy? And I don't know. You really can pick one or the other. It's almost based on your mood. Today I feel like this. Yesterday I felt like that, and we'll go back and forth for on and on and on and on. But this, to me, the original trilogy is, for the most part, an absolute piece of perfection. It's one of the things that I think the world will continue to rejoice and treasure and cherish for all time, right? So just like the way we rejoice in music that was created and we're still listening to hundreds of years ago, I think these are the original films, the original ones, not the special edition, butchered ones, but the original ones as they were put out, showing the mastery of filmmaking at that time, based on the latest in technology, things that were invented just for these films. That's going to be treasured and spoken about in I'm sure in theater or film school for all time. I hope so. That's for sure.
I think so.
I hope so.
I really do. I don't mean to interrupt you either, but I just want to give a shout out to
sorry.
Pudgy, real quick. Pudgy, and he says, KK will always win because Star Wars is dumb. But you know what? It's great. The Fit for Hire show. Subscribe today. Well, thank you, Pudgy, and everyone. Please subscribe to check out Pudgy there. He has a cool little channel over there where he reads some stories. So go on and check out.
And the Twitch channel with his gaming.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
If you're into gaming. Yep.
And he does quite a lot of that. It's pretty cool.
And Rob points out, he says, yep, it was supposed to be Wookiees. Spelled wrong again, too, so I feel justified now.
Wokies.
Wokies.
Hey, we're the Wokies.
That was the Disney version, the Wokies. But, going back to kind of what you said there, Vader's redemption at the end, I remember I cried so bad when I saw Vader's body burning, right? Because as a little kid, I thought Star Wars is over. It's over. There can't be Star Wars without Darth Vader. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was as important to me as Luke and Han and Leia and all that stuff there.
Oh yeah.
And it's sadly it turned out I was right too, because if you think about episodes 7, 8, and 9, Star Wars kind of did die right there on that funeral pyre, didn't it? Right?
More or less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So fortunately though, have you guys seen that new Darth Maul? The trailer dropped for that new Shadow Lord, I think it's called, the new animated series coming out. Disney's putting out.
Oh,
no, I haven't seen it.
It's worth checking out. I don't know. I did listen. I am not a huge fan of Dave Filoni's, but he was pretty good at the Clone Wars and Rebels, and the Bad Batch is even decent to an extent. So I'm hoping, he's gonna. Things are going in a different direction now. It looks pretty good to me. If you guys haven't seen the trailer, check it out. I'm optimistic. If you like the Clone Wars, it looks like we might get some more good stuff. So knock on wood, and let's hope for that. Holy smoke. Speaking of, see that? You heard me talking about him. Brother Glenn Schroeder is in the chat. Brother Glenn, I don't think you were here when I mentioned it earlier, so I'm going to say now while you're here. So the group chat situation on Twitter, I finally deleted the old one. Okay. I couldn't do, sometimes links would post, sometimes they wouldn't. It was useless. It was really useless. So I finally deleted it and I made the new one. The new one is up and running. Now there are a couple of people, you're one of them, that I can't add. I tried to re-add you to it, but it wouldn't let me because I think you have to update your Twitter app. So either that or maybe I'll send you a link I'll DM you a link on Twitter and maybe you can get in that way. But regardless, if you discover that's gone, it's because it's gone. There's a new one and you're totally welcome to join it. So just throwing that out there for you, buddy. Yeah. What happened?
I just had a really stupid thought.
What else is new?
You know,
Tell us, Brother John.
well,
Hey, hangs out with me.
Darth Pudgy in the first Star Wars movie, early scene, he's got the general by the neck and he says, "Bring me the donuts. I want them with
Oh,
sprinkles."
Jesus. Oh, jeez. Tell me he throws them. Tell me he throws them then, right? He has to throw them, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah. Yeah, see, Rob Wright asked Darth Talon. Now, here's the question, though. Are they going to do it right? Because if you guys know where I'm going with this, Darth Talon's not a big fan of clothing, okay? So how are they going to do it? You know, how are they going to do it? Are they going to do it right? Or is she's going to get some clothing? Because that's going to suck. So,
Tell me
and we still
more.
listen. Here's what we need. Here's what I'm saying. Not that I imagine anyone from Disney will ever hear this, but look, we're old men now. You know what I mean? We're fine. We're good with an R-rated Star Wars movie. There you go, Darth Talon. It should be an R-rated. It should be an R-rated Star Wars movie, right? You need to do Darth Talon right. So there's that.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Yep.
Oh, holy smokes, the king is still here. Holy cow, the king is still here.
Yes.
Okay, Glenn says he'll see what he can do. Like I said, I'll try to remember after the show. I'm afraid to open another tab right now. I've been having all kind of issues tonight. But I'll try to remember to send you a link to join on the thing. But I still think you might have to update your app because you get, like, unfortunately now you gotta put a pin in and everything. And anyway, I don't like it. But so here's probably what's gonna happen, because this is what happens to FET. So once I get everybody up, included and things like that, like the old chat, they'll go back to the old chat system or something, and it wouldn't have had to be done. But anyway, this is where we are. New chat. It's still Cloud. Well, it's New Cloud City Central at the moment, just so it doesn't get confused. So I'll get rid of the new eventually. But anyway, that's out there. So I have some stuff, if you guys don't mind me showing, because I didn't, this was, again, I tried keeping it a minimum. I originally had a couple of things here and I made the mistake. I kept going up in my room and I was like, oh shoot, I got to show that. So anyway, I tore my house apart today. So hopefully before we can discuss more things, if you guys come up, have anything else you want to say, but while I'm still here, because how about it, Brother John? It wouldn't even detect my camera earlier. So before the camera goes out, when I start cursing and carrying on, and General Call is all mad at me for cursing. I'm going to show a couple of, it's a little more than a couple of things, but I'm going to show some stuff here. Maybe you people, you get, what do you mean you people? Maybe you guys will get, and girls will get it. Jeez, you know what I'm trying to say. Maybe you all will enjoy it. Maybe you all enjoy it, because and one of these days we're going to have, us and a couple other people backstage last week were talking about maybe a show and tell show one of these days where everybody, I'll let everybody know ahead of time. You can gather up all your Star Wars shit and stuff. Gather up all your Star Wars stuff and we'll just all show it off here. But in the meantime, I don't know where I'm going with that. But anyway, I'm gonna enlarge myself. That's what she said. So here we go. All right. And probably in no particular order, but I do have, so I tried not to, I have a lot of more modern Return of the Jedi stuff too. I'm not going to show a bunch of that. I'll show a bunch of the vintage stuff, but I do have some newer stuff, and it'll lead up to, you'll see why I'm going to show it. So we'll start off with this. So this is a modern, I don't know, it could be like 15 years old at this point, but anyway, it was one of the modern Hasbro. So of course, Disney didn't want this to exist there for a while. So of course I grabbed up all the Slave Leia. To me, it's Slave Leia, not Hut Slayer. So I grabbed, what does it even say on there? Oh, it does. See, oh yeah, it still said slave outfit. So there you go. I'm sure these were changed. I'm sure if you try buying one of these nowadays, but look at, read it and weep, Disney. Slave outfit, but yes. And one of the reasons I wanted to show that too was, so this is an older, maybe what is it? 99, 97. This is a 97 Power of the Force. What does this one say? Oh, this one said job as prisoner. So we're already kind of bumming out there. But if you see if I can get these on together, this freaking camera situation. Look at the size difference. Look how small they made that Princess Leia nowadays. Because this is
card
like
also says Revenge of the Jedi on the card back.
Yeah, this was a special. Yeah, they did a line of. I do have some figures from Revenge of the Jedi and some Return of the Jedi deleted scenes. One of these days I'll have to show that are a little more modern, but I didn't want to bombard you with all that stuff today. I just wanted to show this one because Carrie Fisher's in a bikini, and I just wanted to show it. But I have a bunch of stuff that will coincide with this. So, but yeah, I just wanted to point that out because this is 3 3/4. It's like the scale like when we were a kid, but look how small she is there. Like,
yeah,
and you're paying like nowadays. You're paying these are like $20. I'm noticing in Walmart for the vintage collection. It's like, what are you smoking? You know?
Yeah.
But, and this one here, this isn't the bikini, but since it was Return of the Jedi, this is from 97 too, to power that Powered Force line. But I thought that was kind of neat because
nice.
we were just discussing that dress.
Yeah.
Where did them Ewoks get that dress? But yeah. So because everybody shows off their Lukes and Hans and all that stuff. But
yeah,
I got some Leia stuff. Now, going along with the slave stuff. So this is another Power of the Force line, but this was from the what do they call them? The new footage that George added to those were the newer dancers.
Yeah.
Now the funny thing with this was, you notice one of the most important dancers is missing, Ula.
Yeah.
Ula is not there for some reason. What you had to do back in the day was you had to special order Ula.
Whoa.
You had to send through the mail, and that's what this here is. This is backwards. But I mean, dude, she's naked. That's why she wasn't. That's why you had to look at. Look, she's a naked.
Yes.
Right. But you had to special order her. But I did. There she is.
I would.
Yeah. Now that brings me to. I always talk about how I don't like pops. Give me 1 second. I do have some pops I'm going to show. And there is a reason I bought them. And you'll see what that is. So this. Okay.
Oh, wow.
If you look on top there, it says Jabba the Hutt, Slave Leia, and Salacious B. Crumb. So this came out right when like Disney bought Star Wars and they're no more Slave Leia, she's a Hutt Slayer and stuff. So I was grabbing all this stuff I could get, which is why unfortunately I do have Funko Pops. I think they're the biggest waste of money ever, but it did say Slave Leia on it and she was still in the bikini, so I grabbed it. And right after I grabbed that, I happened to notice this, which was something nobody ever even talks about really, and I hope I'm not stirring up a hornet's nest. But so here we have Rancor with Luke Skywalker and Slave Ula. Disney didn't even make a mention of that. And isn't that funny? Because the actress that plays her is a very awesome woman I am friends with again, I'm proud to say, on Facebook. Femi Taylor. Very cool. And let me tell you what, you wouldn't think she's as old as she is. She is as beautiful now as she was back then. That's why when George Lucas shot that new footage for Return of the Jedi, she totally played Ula again. Because to this day, she still looks the same.
Wow.
She's still the same. She was a backup dancer for Freddie Mercury on his solo
kidding.
stuff too. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So, but yeah, Ula. Yeah, Slave Ula. Nobody mentions that. But hope I do the service by pointing it out. But okay, shit, I just dropped one. Sorry, General Colin. All right, I think that's all the semi-modern stuff. So, all right, we'll start with the lunch boxes because you all know I got lunchbox collection. So we got Return of the Jedi from back in the day.
Yeah. Wow.
There you go, General Colin. There's General Lando. You've met your match. General Lando. Jabba. Bib Fortuna.
Yeah.
Max Rebo and the Max Rebo band. And this is one of the very few plastic lunch boxes I have, but unfortunately, as this was the era where they switched over, so there's really nothing else to show you other than, yes, it does have. And if I remember correctly, I think this one had the exact same thermos in it. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So anyhow, all right. So I do have a couple of box things here. Just because last week Pop Culture Republic was saying, no, box stuff is kind of cool. So I just thought I'd share this. I have, which it's kind of easier to show this in a box anyway, then. Because if you guys remember, if you had these as a kid, these things fall apart just by looking at them. So
Yeah.
I just grabbed my box one to show you and try to, because if you remember, you pressed the button on the back and the thing flew apart and pieces flew off. So I didn't feel like spending the rest of the night looking for them. So I just brought the box one down to show you. But I have a number of these like open. So at least all the pieces are safe. But
Awesome.
And this is my TIE fighter from when I was a kid. And fortunately, my parents didn't throw the box out. So I packaged. I guess I could have taken it back out, but it's been in this box for a number of years now. And I saved it because I was going to show it last week, but because I thought this was the Empire one, but I see it was actually badged as Return of the Jedi, so I just saved it for this week. So that's my old TIE fighter. Cool. And this I should have showed this right after the dancers and stuff, but this is the original Jabba the Hutt with his hookah pipe. And I think, let's see if I'm gonna wreck the place, but I think this had the trap doors. How the heck do you open them? I know they open. Oh, there you go. Doors. And I remember it even has. That's not going to show up, I'm sure, but bones and stuff down in there, which is kind of creepy for a little kid to think about. All the dead people that he had down in there. Now this one, the next thing, it's going to be real hard to bring this over without dumping it. So I will be right with you.
Yeah.
I wish I would have kept it in the box. This is one that I wish I would have kept in the box. But this is normally displayed in my house in this. This being the Max Rebo, Cy Snoodles, Droopy McCool band. And he just fell over. But unfortunately, my Max Rebo suffered like all of them do. His head and his arms kind of, and he's never been in the sun or anything.
Yeah.
It's just the blue paint that they used back in the day. So there's a ton of restoration videos on YouTube about that. So fortunately, I'm not the only one that's happened to.
Yeah.
All right. Now, on to the ships. All right. So we'll start with this bad boy. What you got right here is one of them there interceptors. Them TIE interceptors. These like the muscle cars. I don't know why I'm talking like a redneck, because it's like a muscle car of the TIE fighter force. And so it'd be like the redneck Imperial guy would like want one of these, because it's like the General Lee of the Imperial forces. But so that. And we were discussing this thing earlier. So here is my little ATST.
Yeah.
Who I think, I forget how. I think he's locked. Yeah, you unlock him and he runs. And I noticed something too. I have two of these, and they're both. Fortunately, in my old age, I'm not having this problem.
Yeah.
For some reason, poor guy needs like one of them there blue pills or something. He's having trouble with his gun. He's having a little trouble keeping it up, ladies and gentlemen. So, I mean, he's old though. You got to give him some credit.
Yeah.
He's been around the block a little bit. So, all right, this thing here, I don't even know how I'm going to show this, but this is the Ewok Village, folks. This is the Ewok Village. Funny story with this. I didn't get this until I didn't have this as a kid. This was mine as a kid. I just happened to be in a local antique store named Black Diamond Antiques, and it was in our local mall. And I was parked at the one end, and we go through the mall, and Black Diamond was at the opposite end, so I'd have to walk all the way back through the mall with whatever I bought. And this thing was so big, like they didn't know how to box it up or or you didn't have a box big enough. They didn't have a bag big enough. So I'm like, I'll just carry it. So I delicately was walking through the mall, and the person I was with at the time wanted to stop at Annie Ann's Pretzels. Y'all remember them things? And get like a slush.
Mhm.
So I sat out they had a food court out in the middle of the mall, and I sat this thing proudly on the table as I sat there waiting for her to get a drink. And some woman in line just kept looking over at me and staring. I'm like, what the heck? You know what I mean? What's your problem, lady? So finally, the woman I was with came back over, and I was like, I saw you talking to her. Does she have a problem with me or something? Why was she staring at me? She said, no, the lady wanted to know where you got that really cool birdhouse. She wanted the birdhouse. So I was like the envy of the mall. I guess women wanted this birdhouse. But yeah, I think, this had all kind of cool features like the elevator, and this is the seat that C-3PO levitated in, and all of that cool stuff. But
Nice.
when you're talking Return of the Jedi, I think most kids wanted this thing right here, the B-wing, which I never understood. I never understood quite like why it was the B-wing, but if I remember correctly, the landing gear still work. And as I recall, one of the engines opens the wings. And I think one of the most cool features about this is, if I can get the cockpit in, if you watch the cockpit, them damn FET bubbles always between my bubble and my mic, it's like I got this much room to show the stuff. But if you watch the cockpit,
gravity turn.
Yeah,
nice.
That's why this was really popular. And so yeah, still kind of works after all these years. But
Very cool.
And this was played with hard. Now, if I remember right, I think one of my nephews got one of these. Again, my nephews and me were about the same age. I swear we're not rednecks. My family's not rednecks. But my oldest sister is a lot older than me, and her sons were. So we had about the same toys. And I remember they got one of these, and he had to send it back. Like they sent it back to Hasbro. Something was wrong with it. I think these are prone to failing, but it's still pretty functional after all of these years.
That's great.
All right. Now, I was saying, I forgot this was right in front of me when I was showing off the guns. Anybody know what this gun is? Target in it?
Landos?
Nope. Biker Scout. Back before they were called Scout Troopers.
Yeah.
Biker Scout. Yeah, the Biker Scout Trooper.
Oh.
I'm calling him a trooper, which I have. Back there's a big one right over my shoulder there. I do have. That's like a modern figure. I just stuck it back there for the ambiance.
Yeah.
But speaking of big things, I don't know how I'm even going to show this one. But this thing. And I have the box for this. I broke it out of the box today.
Ooh.
This has been boxed for like ever. But one of the guns just fell off. I do have it. It just fell off. But yeah, this is going to clobber me. So let's just do this. I think if you squeeze yeah.
There you go.
Look at that
Wow.
thing. Right?
It's huge.
Yeah,
Awesome.
this was, man, it's like an awkward. So fortunately, I guess, I didn't play with it very often, which is why it's still in one piece. Because, for a little kid, I mean, this thing weighs a ton to me right now. I don't know what they were thinking with it. This is very cool. It's very cool.
Yeah.
I forget. I think, this opened, and I think one of the panels came off the side, but holy crap, man. Yeah, I was afraid of breaking it, so I didn't really play with it. So
Yeah.
it's still in one piece, but very cool vehicle.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it has suffered. I noticed today, this is the first I broke it out in a long time. You can see it suffered some severe yellowing, which is unfortunate because it's been in the box for like 2 decades at least. But so there's that.
Yeah.
Right.
I wonder if that's the scale with the other toys. It seems like it's kind of big.
Well, that's the thing. Really, all the other toys are kind of scaled down. I do have some more modern stuff. Like you should see, they did a to scale for the 3 3/4 inch action figure snow speeder. That's one that I haven't had out of the box. The box is like this big. Like the snow speeder is the X-Wings and all are so scaled down. The Falcon, I mean, they had to. I have the huge Falcon that they put out in the early 2000s that has the 4 seats in the cockpit and all that stuff. I just never opened it. One of these days, I'm gonna just have to bite the bullet and break that bad boy out because I want to see it, but I never opened it. So this, all right, let me grab this because I have 2 guitars to show because I forgot. I didn't show this when we talked A New Hope because he's actually wearing the Return of the Jedi gear. But to go along with the Darth Vader guitar, let's see, if you look right here, this is number 17 of 50.
Oh, wow.
Only 50 produced. And let's see if I can get the artwork. I really need a bigger house. But there you can see.
Oh, yeah.
Jedi with the rebel symbol.
Yeah.
But now again, what make this even more special is like the Darth Vader guitar. As I break it. The shipping box, I have the shipping box. So this was at one time open too, just like the Darth Vader, and resealed. But that is, as I wrecked the place, that is because this was at San Diego Comic-Con.
Very good.
And, yeah, it has the booth and everything it was at.
Mm-hmm.
So
Wow.
when they first released those guitars, both my Vader and my Luke were at the San Diego Comic-Con booth, and then repacked whether to open them or not. But I do have this one open. This one you're gonna get a kick out of.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yes. This is the one that I special ordered, like I said, when Disney bought them and said no more Slave Leia, and you know, I didn't think there would ever be any more merchandise like this. So I jumped on this thing and special ordered that.
I would have.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty sweet guitar. And one of the things about it too is the artwork that's on there. I have a lot of the Force Unleashed. I guess they're considered action figures, but they're more like statues. I have a bunch of them, but the female ones, for some reason, are very, very sexual. For some reason, like I have the Padme, like you can totally see her nipples sticking through the shirt and stuff. I don't know why they did that. They're licensed Lucasfilm things, but I guess we went through that little phase where it was okay to do stuff like that. But one of these days, I'll just have to show the Force Unleashed things. But I do have this one. If you look, the artwork is on this here package. That's the same artwork.
Oh yeah.
That is on the guitar. And you can see what I mean by with these Force Unleashed. Like they're not posable or anything. They're kind of like mini statues. And you can see it's like really kind of like a sultry kind of pose and everything. That's how all the women are. Now there is like I think I have Obi-Wan and I might have Boba Fett. I know I have Vader. Now they look real badass. You know, they're kind of anime poses and stuff. But the women, they were real. I don't know what they were thinking with these, but I'm good with it. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh shoot, I missed this guy. Missed this guy over here.
Ah, there he is.
There you go, John. There's your Rancor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's coming to get you, John. Coming to get you.
Awesome.
Yeah, the old Rancor. And this one here, man, this saw a lot of use. Man, that's mine from when I was a little kid. That was used hard.
Yeah.
That thing there. So
Not
I think I have one more thing, and I hope I can get it over here without disassembling it. What? So this. And oh no, I do have one other thing after this. This I showed the voice changer the other week. This is like legit. This is the cool Lord Vader. Now this, the reason I didn't show this for the first Star Wars is I'm sure diehard fans already know this, but it wasn't showing up on camera properly when they were filming episode 4. So one cheek, on the top of the cheek, they painted it Battleship Gray, and one cheek on the opposite, they painted it Battleship Gray to simulate lighting and stuff. So that's why a legitimate 1977 Star Wars Darth Vader has gray cheeks and red lenses. Actually, if you look And a lot of the
Yeah.
scenes in the first Star Wars, the lenses are actually red. You can actually see David Prowse's eyes on several occasions in that film. But
especially in the 4K release, yeah.
oh, I
In
can
the
imagine.
in initial shots when he's coming into the Corvette, you really look closely when they do a close up of him. There's a little spoiler here too. Actually, you look for that scene, you can actually see. I'm not gonna say what you're gonna see. You got to go see it, and you're gonna see something It's an Easter egg.
Oh
I don't want to
man.
spoil it for anybody. Yeah, I don't
So
want to spoil
see,
it. But if you do,
so,
if you go get out the 4K release or 4K, encode of the new Disney discs, and look at that first scene where Darth Vader is showing close-ups, and
Yeah.
you'll look in his eyes. You'll see some stuff other than his eyes.
oh man. See, now you know what you're doing to me. I just talked the other week how like I was sworn against buying Blu-ray. I'm like, I'm not switching over all my stuff. And when I found out the Ewoks blinked and everything in the Blu-ray, I had to buy a Blu-ray player so now you're making me. I swear I wasn't gonna go 4K. Now you're making me I'm gonna have to watch the 4K.
The visuals are really good. I mean, I think that's another conversation for another time. Is what's out there available before 2027 when we might be getting a new set of 4K discs if we're really lucky at the theatrical editions. But even for now, there's you can watch the theatrical editions in high resolution, not 4K exactly, but well, I mean there are 4K renditions of it, but there's also 1080p also, and they look fantastic, and these are completely restored to what we saw in
Very
the theater.
nice.
Wow.
It is. Yeah,
Well,
the
this
visuals are
thing
really
here,
good.
this particular helmet, the reason why I held off until this week, I consider it's the Return of the Jedi one because let's see if I can do this here without wrecking the place. We take this off,
Ah.
right? And we got the Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
You know, I think even geez, I probably should have messed with it beforehand. I know it comes apart further.
Mhm.
But I'll be honest with you, I forget how to do it. And I wish I could remember.
Very cool.
Because yeah, there's something really cool in there. Oh, I think you have to take the collar off. Okay, collar comes off.
Yeah.
And then, damn it. See, here's the thing. I tell you right now what's going to happen. TZ's going to watch this on a replay, and all I'm going to hear is because I keep hearing about stop saying that there are batteries in your toys if there are no batteries in them, so you can show it and things like that. And now she's going to be like, "You should have messed with that beforehand." Yeah, I can't honestly. I don't remember how it comes apart.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Because here's, you can recreate that scene. Help me take this mask off so I can look on you with my own eyes. And one of the coolest things about this, I think, check that out, man. The feeding tubes and everything, like the breathing tubes.
Oh, wow.
Are in there. So, yeah, that's why I consider this the Return of the Jedi, because it's just like that scene at the end with Sebastian Shaw, the reveal.
Yeah.
The reveal of Darth Vader for the first
Very
time.
good.
Really. Yeah, but, yeah, man, check that out. You can almost hear it. Right? You can almost hear it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah. See, I was trying to be so delicate. It's only magnets. It just. So anyway, you live, you learn. I have a shelf with all my helmets on. It just sits above my TV, and I look at it lovingly every day. So I haven't taken it apart in many years.
Now, do you remember how to put it back together?
Nope. So there, on top of the 2 hours of putting everything away, I'm gonna have to figure out how to put it back together. But yeah,
Right.
oh, I missed the most important ship. Well, sort of. This one. The A-Wing. Now, why this is important to me, I'm not a huge fan of the A-Wing. Some people really love this ship. It's cool. It's a muscle car. It's like it's an engine with a seat, right?
Yeah.
This is where I knew that my Star Wars collecting got out of hand, because this was part of the original Power of the Force line. Like I was saying the other week, people our age, my age, we're kind of growing out of Star Wars. We're kind of getting too cool. By this time, this was 85, something like that. I was already too cool. I was playing guitar. I wasn't thinking about things like this. So this wasn't something I had as a kid. And as an adult, it became like kind kind of like, well, my collection's not complete without one, and I'm not even going to say what I paid for this because most of these didn't survive. At least like the landing gear. Like I noticed it's a major issue that the landing gear do not work. But if you look here, yeah, these even still work and stuff. So yeah, this one here, this is where I was like, okay, I need to start focusing on some other things. But I do have an A-wing.
Intact.
So
Yeah, with landing gear intact. Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So yeah, the cockpit still has the cockpit and everything. And
Yeah.
I have a pilot too, but I've all my figures are in little baggies in the Darth Vader and C-3PO cases. One of these days I have to dig them out, but you couldn't see them anyway because they're all in baggies at the moment. But so yeah, every time I think I'm done, but no, I'm pretty sure this is the last thing. So here's what I was discussing earlier, the hilt on the Luke. Okay, so I never opened this, unfortunately. You can't hear it go and all of that. But from what I understand, this is like the most powerful. I think this is when Hasbro bought the license, but it's the Master Replicas mold. Like this takes more batteries and is louder and brighter than all the other ones. So this one, of course, it was more expensive too. But so I love the green blade, but I prefer the old hilt. This is Luke's Return of the Jedi hilt, and it's more kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi-ish.
Yeah.
Not a huge fan of that, but anyway, I have got to have the green saber to go with the other Luke. But so okay, I think that's it now.
Sweet.
But as long as I can put things back without wrecking them, then we're good.
Yep.
So, all right. Oh no, I did.
As
I have something else here. Okay, yeah, I had it hidden. Last thing, I wanted to hit on this when I did the mailaways. This is one of several mailaways I have. But if you remember back in the day when you used to get like the Empire Strikes Back figures and they had the little sticker on them that said "Mail away for Admiral Akbar." There he is. There's what you got. He's still in the. If you see, he's still in a little Kenner baggie.
Yeah, very cool.
Inside my baggie. But yeah, that was a mail away. Yes, before Return of the, I almost said Revenge of the Jedi. Before Return of the Jedi even came out, you could get Admiral Akbar before you even knew what he was or what he pertained to the movie. But there he is.
Very good.
All right. Oh shit. No, I have something special I want to show. Yeah, I have something special I want to show. But before I do, this is just something a little stupid. I mentioned how PV did the guitar picks. So this one, I have a little stand it sits in. So I see it. It's right by my bed. I see it every day. If I take it off, let's see if I can get it to show. You can see the Star Wars PV logo. But what it is the corresponding. See if I can get it to show. It's hard to see, but it's the Princess Leia, like the artwork from the. Man, I got to get a different light or something. It's the Princess Leia in the bikini, matching artwork as the guitar. So I have the pic.
Nice.
Unfortunately, I can't see it. Now this last thing, I wanted to send an invite to Gary Ambrose, but I know he's real busy. But maybe one of these days I'll get him on to corroborate the story. But I'm sure you guys believe me. So back in the day when they film any movie, really, it doesn't matter how big the prop is. Sometimes the bigger they are, what are you going to do with them? You know what I mean? So they just bust things up and they throw them in a dumpster. That's what they do. Hard to believe, especially something as beloved to us as Star Wars, but that's what they did. So fortunately, not to anyone's surprise, Gary happened to know someone who happened to be on the set when they were filming scenes at the Sarlacc pit. So the big giant Sarlacc pit, as you can imagine, was a big giant prop that was built, ultimately destroyed after filming. Where are you going to put that thing, right? So it was tragically demolished and just thrown into dumpsters, right? And some gentleman, fortunately, Gary Ambrosia has the pleasure of knowing, grabbed a hold of some of that stuff, right? And saved it for posterity. Unfortunately, they did. And Gary was nice enough to bless me with the piece. I don't want to take it out of the bag because to this day I've never touched it. I want to get a nice like plexiglass case or something with a nice brass plaque or something like that. But this is a piece of the Sarlacc pit, and so I like what do you say to something like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have a piece of hey, I have a piece of the Sarlacc pit. Sure you do. I do. But there it is. So
awesome.
Luckily, I didn't forget to show it.
Probably
That's
want to
kind of
avoid
like,
touching it. I don't know if your oils on your fingers will hurt.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I don't want to take it out of the bag. You know, it's like
Yeah.
eventually it will be displayed properly and not in like a UV protected glass and stuff like that. But just
Yeah.
haven't gotten around to
That's
it yet.
cool.
But yeah. So all right, man. I'll tell you
Very
what.
cool.
Yes, it's a trap. Brother SB4E
Yeah.
says it's a trap. A prap. It's a prap.
Yeah.
People. It's a prap. Okay, let me check on some of this here. Some of this here chat that I was totally ignoring, and Captain Infinity or whatever he goes by these days will be throwing the book at me for not acknowledging the chat. But Carla says, I mean General Carla. Sorry about that. General Carla said, I posted a photo of where you can see David's eyes fet in X chat. Okay. I will check that in 1 second. Hopefully, because opening another tab at this point could be dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Rob Wright says, impressive. Most impressive. Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thronkill. Oh, welcome. Thronkill, by the way. Sorry that I missed you. Thronkill. I like the name too. Thronkill. See the avatar?
Yeah.
Definitely welcome here on this channel. He says, I assume it's a he, says, I just have the Falcon from 1980. I do too. I actually showed that 2 weeks ago. If you go back, watch the live stream from 2 weeks ago where we discussed A New Hope, the original Star Wars. I showed it off on there because that was one of the first, I think that was the first big ships that I had. That's actually, is that a ship or a play set? It's kind of a mishmash. It's both.
Yeah.
Gary has said they can restore some plastic. Yeah, they can. In that case, on that thing, that plastic feels so brittle to me. I think I'm just going to live with it because hey, you know what? It's old like me. And I think I can live with it. Lenrod said, if my mouse would cooperate, Lenrod says a consequence of the high bromine plastics of the air. Yeah. It's funny how it happens with some things. And like some of the stuff I showed you, almost everything I just showed you, ship-wise, is just sitting in my bedroom. That thing's been in a box. I have not seen that since I think I got the box from my mom's house. Because the only reason the box still survives is because my mom used to keep the Christmas tree decorations in it. So the one day I went over there, like, this was like 20 years ago. I went to my mom's house. I'm like, hey, Mom, you still have the Christmas decorations in my Star Wars box? She says, yeah. So you need to find a new box. So I went up and I grabbed my box back and I put the ship in it. I keep the ship in it. But so it doesn't even see daylight. Maybe that's why it happened. I don't know. Maybe it should have been out in the sunlight. So I know when you put like peroxide on things like that, it de-yellows them. So
yeah.
Lenrod says, cool as the B-wing is, the A-wing is still my favorite. I gotta say, I'm an X-wing dude. I'm an X-wing dude. I dreamt as a little kid. There's a field, about half a block up from my house when I was a little kid, and we just called it the field. It was a grassy place. Some people played baseball there. I dreamed, like, I'd go to bed at night and be like, man, I wish I had an X-wing. Not even a real one, just like a full scale, replica that I could just go and sit. Like, I didn't need screens or lights or sounds. I just wanted an X-wing and I could sit there and go, I'm a little kid that has an X-wing. That's what I used to do.
Yeah.
Love the Falcon. Love the Falcon. Like I said, I love the snow speeder. I'm all about that X-wing, man. I see, the open MS foils, right?
Yeah.
Something about that, that's we discussed the dogfight too when we were talking 77's Star Wars, right? But that's one of the things that made that too. Those four wings pivoting, it wouldn't have looked the same if they were closed. It was, they were going in for the kill, man. It's like X, X marks the spot, man. You guys are screwed. I don't know, because that's the thing with the X-wing too. It's like that's a cockpit and engines too, but it's also giant guns, right?
Yeah.
Guns, right. Some of the biggest guns I think we've seen in Star Wars, I think, are on that ship. So. It's a weird thing too. As I geeked out about the X-wing, and I used to do model kits and stuff too. Did you guys ever notice the color scheme on the old X-wings were like especially Red 5? Two opposing cannons. I think the one lower one and the one upper one have like blue spirals on them, like a candy cane. And I was like, holy, I never noticed that. Yeah, and I actually just again going back to Adam Savage. he went to the prop store to got a hold of an original screen used X-Wing, and sure enough, it had the blue spiral. I was like, I never noticed a blue candy cane stripe, but yeah, they have them.
No.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The ships are more colorful than you realize. I guess it just didn't show up on screen so much.
Yeah.
which is-
Oh yeah, blue probably might have been masked out.
yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah.
that's probably what it was. But I don't know.
Wow.
All right, my man. If you guys have anything else you want to say about the good old Return of the Jedi, anything else? Anything besides Rob
well,
Wright? Impressive.
That was the first appearance of Palpatine, wasn't it? Or no, that was in the previous movie.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
It was the first appearance of Ian McDermott as Palpatine, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
'Cause
because he was pretty damned evil in that thing.
He was. And again,
Sorry, your friends are about to be destroyed.
yeah. No, I like. You know what? That's one of my favorite lines from Jedi too. Now that you mention it,
Yeah.
where he says, "What the hell does Luke say to him? Your confidence is your weakness," and he says,
Yeah.
"Your faith in your friends is yours." Right? I
Mhm.
think that's what he says. Totally, because I'm trying to do two different things here.
Yeah.
Because I remember Carla had. Oh man, see, this is all right. See, so I understand why people don't want to upgrade to this. Sorry, Carla. God damn, freaking Facebook.
Let it out.
Twitter. Now it's asking me for the passcode.
To get into your DMs.
Yeah, because Carla sent me a picture of the David Prowse where you can see his eyes, and it's funny. I got the tab open, so I should have known there was something not right there, and of course now it's asking me to put in my. Luckily, I remembered it too. But all right, as it's loading, hopefully I can bring it up and share it. Carla, I should have looked. I'm scared to go back. I hope there ain't nothing in the chat you don't want me to show, because we're gonna show. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to share my screen. Now here's where it all. But at least I showed. I think I showed everything, and it never fails. I'll go to put something away, and I'll be like, "Damn it, I missed that." But I think I showed everything I wanted to show. So here, okay. It's not loaded yet.
Did she put it in the group? She put it in the group? No.
No, here it is.
Yeah. Wow.
Did it come up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks to me like in the trench. I think that was the trench run.
Right.
There's several scenes there where you
So-
can see his eyes pretty good.
Cool.
So the Easter egg though is go check out the scenes in the beginning of Star Wars, in when he's in the Corvette, when he's in. I think it might be when he's interrogating Leia, or just before Leia comes up. And there's some close-ups of his eyes, and you see his eyes, and you see more. And I just don't want to say what it is, because it'll be, when you see it, anybody listening, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
It isn't a miniature R2D2.
No, it's not. No, it's not it's not that kind of an Easter egg. No, but you'll see something in there that you won't expect. So
that's what I forgot to grab. Because I don't know if it really applies to Return of the Jedi, but somebody just posted the other day. I've seen it before, but I was like, did you guys ever notice in Raiders of the Lost Ark, the one scene I believe where he's grabbing the idol, I think it was, there are like hieroglyphics on the wall behind him, and if you look closely, it's one of them is R2D2 and C3PO, which is a little Easter egg from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Wow.
Carla says, yeah, we were watching it on our big screen, on our big TV, and my son said, hey, I can see his eye. I always noticed that as a little kid. Yo, did you guys know? I'm sure you do. But the original plan was Vader was supposed to die there. He was supposed to die at the end of the first Star Wars. And fortunately, he had him stick. I guess it was fortunate, because I guess Boba Fett was at one point supposed to be like the main baddie, as the British say, of Empire.
Yeah.
But Yeah, because that wouldn't have been the same. You know, when Empire wouldn't have been the same without the reveal. You know, I'm
Right.
your father. But so fortunately, and two, Boba Fett would have never had the mystique like it does. You know, it's because it's all about only having a few lines. Go ahead, William.
So that's the thing I was alluding to last week. The whole "I am your father."
Hmm.
So there's a clip of Mark Hamill that I saw maybe about a month ago. This isn't a new clip either, so it's maybe a few years old. And I'm hoping I can remember this correctly. Mark Hamill is saying that when they go to shoot the scene, that scene, Irving Kershner goes up to him and tell him, oh, by the way, little secret here, Darth Vader's your father. And no one else knows this except for Irving and George Lucas and now Mark Hamill. They kept it a secret the whole time up to the shooting of that clip, apparently. And then he tells him, so if this leaks out,
it's you.
it's you.
Yep.
Yep. And then what I thought was even more interesting on top of that was we go back to think about Darth Vader's name, Veda, which is Netherlands, Amsterdam, Dutch, and yeah, it's father in Dutch. It's spelled the same way, and yet at the time that decision was made by Lucas, I mean, that might have been, I don't know, 74, 75, you know, much early in the writing process. There was no plan for that. He wasn't his father at the time. That wasn't, you know, this idea was brought up to him much later. There was no plan for The Empire Strikes Back. He was just hoping to get through. He couldn't even sell Star Wars in the first place, so he had selling all the rights to 2010. Yeah, so there was no. So it's funny how the universe works like that, and suddenly we get this this tied it all together, some kind of a premonition from the beginning that the universe spoke to him.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty cool.
Very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he flew by the seat of his pants more than we were led to believe.
Yeah, sure. I think so. I got lucky too a lot of times. You know, I mean, one of the things about I heard a long interview from the editor of Star Wars. I think Paul Hirsch is his name. I think somebody might be able to correct me on that. I think it's Paul Hirsch. Anyway, he was the third and final editor, because George Lucas went through several editors and was completely disappointed in how Star Wars was coming together. And Paul Hirsch was speaking about how his wife, Marcia Lucas, was the one who actually proposed that that the Death Star was coming after the planet, the rebels, to blow up. But originally they were just going to go run out and shoot and blow up the Death Star. There was no imminent threat, and it was her idea to change that around.
Yo, speaking of the Death Star, I got to show you my shirt.
Oh yeah.
Epic fail. Second Death Star. Epic fail. All right, my brothers. I guess I don't know. I guess we're gonna buckle down and get ready for this here snowpocalypse. I guess I'm gonna go and see if we're getting any snow yet. And I got a ton of stuff to put away, but I love showing this stuff to you guys. I'm glad, and girls, I'm glad y'all enjoy seeing it.
Yeah.
Got plenty more to show down the road. So, all right, brother William Shakespeareberg, you got anything coming up? Anything you want to talk about or put out there or anything like that?
No, just another random impromptu appearance here. And other than that, most of the time I'll be in the chat, but once in a while, I like to show up here when there's something I really feel passionate about.
Yeah.
Very cool. Always welcome here too, by the way, brother.
Thank you.
All right. Brother John, I know you have something to talk about this week. Tell us, Brother John. School us, Brother John. School us.
Well, I have a new video out. It's a little dark and depressing, but it's there. I just had to get some.
No, at the end, it really, I enjoyed it. So it's yeah, you guys and girls will enjoy watching Brother John's stream not stream, but video for one of his first, like you really seem to sit down and kind of plan that one out. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, Brother
Yeah.
John. Very
Thank
well
you.
done.
Thank you. Yeah, I have some ideas for some other things that are going to be much lighter, and let's say happier. But I did need to get that stuff off my chest. And, you know, a lot of things do tend to weigh me down. So that's held me back some. But, figuring it out and day at a time, you know. So there's that. And what the heck is coming up this week? Big snowstorm. Lodge Hall Association meeting postponed. Nothing
John,
else for the rest of the week.
Stop reminding me about that snowstorm, Brother John. Stop reminding me about that snowstorm.
Too late. Oh, yes. And I made my light work again. I actually resoldered this back together during King Dolphin.
I'll see the light tonight flashing through the sky. Brother Linrod, you still out there? You know that one, don't you?
Yeah. But this was all corroded in the back with the batteries, and I put the contacts in the soup with the baking powder and all that, cleaned it up, resoldered it. It works. So if the power goes out here, I'll be able to see something.
Very nice.
Of course, over in the refrigerator of mystery here.
The old refrigerator of mystery.
Yeah, I have my candles and extra soda and extra cigarette tubes. So I'm all set.
Very cool.
God, that's cold. So, yeah, there's that. And we'll see what else comes up. There's that. So, on we go.
Sounds like a plan, Brother John. I'm also going to pop up because Pudgy Hedgehog was so nice to stop in earlier and tell everyone to subscribe to my channel. So I'm going to return the favor and tell you all to hop on over to Pudgy Hedgehog's adventures and check him out. Give him a subscribe. He deserves it. That little hedgehog needs our support. And I also want to thank Brother Rob Wright, who is busy tonight, working away for you folks, grabbing some screenshots for the Movie of the Week crawl. The Movie of the Week crawl this week. So you can thank Brother Rob for going above and beyond and getting all of the goods for y'all. So also, I think the King probably went to bed, but the King was here earlier. So King Dolphin was nice enough to stop by. So, and he's really cool guy. And Raymond, if you catch this on the replay, I've had every intention of trying to hop on your channel again before the stream, but this has been such a getting these toys together and things like that on top of doing the stream. Once we get back to well, John, do we ever do a normal stream? I don't think so. But if we ever get back to a
this is normal.
Kinda. But when I don't have to tear my house apart and then put it back together after the stream.
Yeah, well, just be careful when you're bringing stuff back up that Kylo and Anakin are somewhere else, not on the steps.
Yeah, Kylo. I literally was coming down with that interceptor, and I literally caught it by the one solar panel. And thank God, because all my other TIE fighters, where the wings attach, all the clips objects from the years are so loose. Sometimes you look at them and they just fall off. But thank God I caught that by the solar panel, and it stayed together. So Kylo still lives this evening because my interceptor still lives as well. So.
Because I found out the other night what it's like to step on the cat's tail on the stairs. She reminded me, and I'm trying to carry down a plate of spaghetti, and all I hear is that scream coming out of the cat, and then her running back upstairs and hissing and looking at me like I'm the bad guy. I didn't put her tail on the stairs. She did.
Right.
And I can't see through the spaghetti.
Well, that's I have a terrible, I work at night, and I tend to come home when it's dark too. And I don't put the light on in here as I'm walking in. And fortunately, Kylo, he's orange, but fortunately has them little white paws. So I happen to sometimes that's all I prevents him from being a flat cat. So because he's adopted, because now I spoiled him now. I'll give him I'll give him like Nutri-Nibs when I get up in the morning, and then when I get home from work, I give him like Temptations and stuff. So now he thinks
Yeah.
as soon as I walk in the door, or as soon as I walk out of my bedroom, any door, he thinks, oh, it's snack time, and he's got to be a shark. You know, he can't. He walks like this in front of me, looking up at
Yeah.
me, and not where he's going. And so, like, yeah, fortunately, he hasn't been crushed yet. But one of
Yeah,
these
and
days,
the
Go
other
ahead.
thing with the cats, they are masters at making you feel guilty. Because
Absolutely.
my other cat George, when I was working 10-hour days at the university to try and get that one summer opened up, because we were down 2 people in the shop and I had to change 3,000 locks myself, and not just
Jeez.
change the cores out, but actually repin cores. Long story. Anyway, I come home the one day after about a month of this. I opened up the back door, and George had lined up every single one of his toys in front of the door. And it's
Nice.
like, oh, you know?
Yeah, they always make up for it, don't they? And you feel
Oh,
like a
yeah.
real jackass for yelling at them and stuff. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll tell you, these two that I have now, yeah, the day that they're not with me, that's gonna really, 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 really suck. And every time I say, "No more cats," I love them, but man, when they pass on, holy crap, it's like,
Yeah. Yeah. It's like you
devastating.
got to have that other soul in the room, even if they're
Yeah.
not right near you. You're not alone.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, John, you know for a fact, I've been through a lot the last well, I guess it's going on 3 years
Hmm.
now, and these guys
Yeah.
were I mean, you guys have been here for me too, don't get me wrong, but, there's
Yeah.
that, when I come down in the morning and it's just fat hair, sometimes I
Yeah.
look at Kylo and I'm like, "Alright, everything's gonna be
Yeah.
alright. Kylo's here."
Yeah.
Yeah. But that darn SP4H, he pointed it out again. He says, "Fez, Fet, that snow is coming. Check your weather radar, LOL." I know, man,
Yeah.
but the question is, are we getting 8 inches or 18 inches? Because, like, it's funny
Yeah.
because the low amount keeps changing, but they keep throwing at 18 inches. They're set on selling us on that 18 inches, right?
Well,
You
they're
know?
sadists.
Yeah, you know what? I'm starting to wonder if this is like okay, I'll eat my words if we get the worst storm in recent history, like they're saying, right? The
Yeah.
snowpocalypse is coming. But how do we notice this isn't a plan by the food chains? You know what I mean? Oh, man, everybody
Yeah.
Yeah.
buy us out. We weren't selling enough milk and bread this week because everybody got to go out there and buy all the milk
Yeah.
and the bread in the store.
It's
So,
it's Procter and Gamble. They want to sell all that extra toilet paper.
remember COVID? Remember that? Remember when you couldn't
Yeah.
get toilet paper? What the hell was up with that? It was a respiratory disease. Who's out there
Yeah.
shitting their brains out? Sorry, Carla. Sorry, Carla. Carla's still here. Anyway,
Yeah.
I took pictures of that just to remind myself of that was a real thing. I still got them on my phone.
Yeah.
that was nuts, man. That was
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah,
How
because
crazy.
20 years from now, people are going to say, "Ah, that never
Yeah.
happened."
Yeah, a bunch of crap. Bunch of propaganda.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some people are pretty set on. I'm still seeing masks out in the public, and I'm like, you gotta be
Yeah.
kidding me. I mean,
Well, once in a while, it's somebody who has something they don't want to give to
maybe,
somebody else.
but a
But
lot of times, at least in my area,
mm,
they look like they wear a mask because
yeah.
they want to wear a mask. But Carla says, "Oh, Carla, shh, Carla is still Carla. You did not hear that. You did not move along. Nothing to. Oh, geez, that only works on the weak-minded. That's not going to work.
Mm,
That's not even going to. Jedi mind trick's not even going to work on Carla. All right,
No.
I'll do 20 push-ups after the stream, General Carla. She says, "Wow, look at you posting all those links, Fed." Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And you know what? I didn't even have Facebook brought up. That's where I have the links stored. And
yeah.
I was a nervous wreck. I almost said shiting bricks, but I remembered not to curse. See that, General Carla? I made up for it. But
Yeah.
I actually even opened a tab and was able to grab some links. And the only thing is General Carla, if you could do, and I hate to ask you, because I forgot again this week, but Pop Culture Republic has been cool enough to be in the chat, and I still forgot to add it to my Facebook. If you could grab that link and put his channel's link in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated. See, I'm putting her to work. Look at that. I'm putting her to work
Yeah.
even when she's real busy, because that's what I do. Yeah, I know. I'm a
Yeah.
pain in the you know what. But anyway, who you promoting? Who you promoting? Me? Cool, man. That'd be awesome. If I could wait a minute. Can you move any higher than me in the Fet Force? I don't know.
Colonel?
No.
Colonel Fed?
Colonel Fet.
General
I don't know.
Fett?
You know, the thing of it is the weird thing of it is like sometimes I think about that. It's like Boba Fett kind of tended to be an army of one, right? And it's like, I start to think, have I turned into the Disney Boba Fett? Because now all of a sudden I've got like a force and I got people doing my work for me. Like, am I getting to be the chubby old Boba Fett, the Disney Boba Fett? Maybe I shouldn't be Fett for hire anymore. I should be Daimyo Fett for hire. I'm turning into the Daimyo Boba Fett, I guess. 'Cause I'm letting everybody do everything for me. Look, people telling you guys to like and share and subscribe. Anyway, I hope I'm not becoming Daimyo Fett. But anyway,
No.
Rob Wright says great stream. Yeah, I was actually awake. I felt so bad last week. I should have just postponed it last week. So I was like, honestly, if you guys go back and watch that, literally right before Pop Culture Republic showed up, I was like, as soon as these guys are done talking, man, I gotta go to bed. And the Pop showed up, and I was like, shit. I mean, sorry, Carla. Man, see, I'm getting tired. I'm kind of getting tired, so it's coming out now, cursing. But I was like, well, we got to go a little longer now, which reinvigorated me a little bit. But man, I was so out of it last week. I apologize. One of these days, we're gonna have to redo Empire Strikes Back. We're gonna have to redo that one. Anyway, let's see. Rob Wright says, as I wait for the bubble, if you don't have work tomorrow, do you want to come on my stream talking about Star Wars and Masters of the Universe? Are you going to be talking about the new trailer? Because yeah, I do have some things to say about that. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I will. If I don't have work tomorrow, I might actually be able to make one of your streams. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I won't even mention now my issues. Rob knows, anyone in the group chat saw I do have some issues with the Masters of the Universe trailer, which I'm a Master of the Universe fan. I don't talk about it very often. And I always mention how I didn't have the toys, but that was, again, my nephews had Masters of the Universe. I had Star Wars. When they came to my house, we played with my Star Wars toys. When I went to their house, I played with their He-Man toys. So I didn't have to have the He-Man. They didn't have to have Star Wars, but I remember a couple of years ago on Friday Night Frolics, Doomcock talking about the old He-Man cartoon, and somebody had mentioned, or sent him a link or something in a private chat for this one box set, and he was like literally drooling over the thing. He's looking at it, he's like, oh man, I want that. And I'm like, it's Doomcock, probably has the money to buy it. Like, I can't. So I'm like, and as he's describing it, I'm like, that sounds like the one I have. So I took a picture of it and I sent it to him, and man, was he jealous? I had the set. He was like drooling over. And the funny thing was I remember when I bought it, I got it when it was new. It has like everything. It has the original series, like a couple reboots or something. There's all this behind the scenes stuff. And even the box set, it's kind of like, it's in a clear box, but inside is like a 3-dimensional Castle Grayskull. And I only paid like $40 for it. And back then, my person I was with at the time flipped their lid, like $40 for a cartoon and blah, blah, blah. And I remember I felt so vindicated when I heard, because I think it was like $400 when Doomcock was looking at it. So, and I never even opened mine. And the thing of it is, I don't want to open it now, because now the collector me is like, shoot, I don't want to open it. But anyhow,
real quick, Lenrod and Raymond are both a little bit under the weather with upper respiratory infections. So everybody keep a good thought and a prayer out for
hope you guys
for
feel
our good
better.
friends.
Absolutely. Hope you feel better. And Lenrod, when you feel better one of these days, you're totally welcome back on the old show here. I promise we're gonna get back to music and stuff like that. I just been talking Star Wars for the longest time, and if there's one thing that I have more of than CDs, it's probably Star Wars stuff. So that's the only thing that can rival music for me, I guess. But I do love a lot of other things as well. And again, down the road, I want to discuss it's not stupid to me, but it may be stupid to you. But movies like My Cousin Vinny, I dig My Cousin Vinny. There's so many like things like that. And like I said, not just, I want to get into like television shows. Like we already discussed A-Team. I totally want to talk about Dukes of Hazzard. I don't give a crap. I was worried there for a while about, because a lot of like I have some die-cast cars and all, and even the boxes have that flag on the box. It's, you know what? It is what it is. We're going to discuss Dukes of Hazzard at some point because I love the show. But speaking of Poppy says 18-inch. Will everybody stop reminding me? I don't. Okay. We'll see. Lenrod says only 18. Been there, done that. I remember days when we would get 36 in a night. Yeah, that's the funny thing. I was just talking to some guys at work, and I remember, John, you remember back in '93 we had the big one. We had that
Yep.
big one in '93. I had my '86 Camaro at the time.
March 13th.
I
And
had,
that was a tough night for me. And
I'll tell you
for
what.
every firefighter in the area here, because we had a fire in Pittston in a 100-year-old building, and two of the younger firefighters, they didn't hear or didn't listen to what the chief said. He told them, "Don't go in. I don't know what I have." And they went in and went right through the floor and were killed.
Oh,
shit.
sorry to hear
So
that.
that was a rough one. But 1978, the big blizzard there, we got 2 or 3 feet in West Pittston.
Oh, fortunately, I was too
And
little. I don't remember that one.
yeah, that was huge. We got 2 weeks off of school for that.
Holy
You
cow!
know,
Back in them days
addition,
where you used to
right
walk in the
after
blizzards
Christmas
uphill.
vacation.
But John, back in them days, remember, you just walked in the blizzards uphill one way.
Both
Yeah,
ways.
both ways.
Yeah, both ways. Uphill both
Over
ways.
broken glass with no shoes. We were wearing sandals, no socks, and when we got home, we got thrashed to death by our fathers with a whip and made out of concrete.
Hmm.
And we had to pass Atlas Chain Company, and they were throwing chains at us.
Wow.
So
Because you did something wrong, and if you didn't, you were about to.
Yeah. But
Well, I
it
feel
was
bad for-
worth it going to school in those days because the girls were awesome.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the big hair conversation. I got me in trouble once before, but yeah, I feel bad for bringing up '93. I just wanted to, I was just thinking, I have a picture. One of these days, if I can track it down, I had an '86 Camaro when that blizzard hit in '93, and I went to bed and everything was fine. I woke up the next day and my antenna was sticking out. That's it. It was my antenna was sticking out. And and people don't believe, like I do remember that when I was a little kid. People now, younger people nowadays think you're exaggerating, but I remember digging trenches, from my mom's kitchen door or out the sidewalk. Like it was literally almost as deep as me. And unfortunately, we don't get that sort of thing. So when they complain about global warming, I'm kind of pro global warming. I mean, what I mean. The planet's gonna survive as long as we're here and our kids are here, So F the rest, whatever. I want to be warm. I'm getting old. I used to listen. I hated being hot. I always liked being cold. Now in my old age, I just want to be effing comfortable, people. I just want to be comfortable.
Yeah.
And if the globe has to warm to make me comfortable, I'm all for it. So
well, that's the thing. I've always said I don't believe in global warming, but I'm all in favor of it.
One way or another, we're all going to die off, and the planet's still going to be here, and the planet will heal itself.
Yeah,
it's been through. That's the thing. It's been through all this before. The planet will be fine, right? People are just worried about. Listen, it's not going to happen in our lifetime. Yeah, it'd be nice to think that the human race is going to live forever, but maybe in one of them little marble-sized dinosaur brains, they thought they were going to be terrifying, little tyrannosaurs or raptors or whatever for the rest of their life. Anyway.
Yeah. Now they just terrify visual effects artists.
Yeah. Rob says no snow and ice here. Well, 2.5 hours ago before it started to stream, we still didn't have anything yet. But geez, we're still at 9 degrees, so I think it's probably gonna have to warm up. Yeah, we're at 9.
Well, it warmed up 1 degree here at 6.
Oof.
There's one other thing to look forward to. In about 4 billion years or so, our sun will turn into a red giant. It'll just going to consume the first 3 planets, and we're number 3. So
It's all there's nothing you can do. Hey,
live
it up. Live it up, man.
That's right. Live the carpe diem. That's right.
Yeah. Listen, I could go down a whole path here, and I'm not gonna, because probably YouTube won't like it either. But there's shit going on with this. They're spraying stuff in the sky. That's all I'm saying. All you got to do is look up, right? But anyhow, people get mad at me when I say that stuff, but I see it. Lenrod says they were it because. Wait, did I miss something? They were it because they want to feel safe. Doesn't matter if they were safe or not. I feel safe when I'm warm. That's all I worry about now. Not too hot, not too cold. Pleasant. I just want to be pleasant.
Yeah.
And if we got to wreck the planet to be comfortable. You know what I mean? Let's just use the coal. Listen, hey, let me tell you what. I have coal heat here, and it's nice and toasty, and I enjoy it. And there's plenty of coal under the ground, right? There's plenty of coal for generations. And listen, nobody seems to care how much coal is getting used when they're charging their iPhones and all this stuff that all these electric plants are, creating the electricity by burning. So excuse me for getting some coal, which I panicked about this week too, by the way. Let me tell you, because I didn't find out about this. Now I'm going to be reminding myself about this snowstorm, but I didn't find out about it until Tuesday night at work, which was already too late to do anything about it. So I obsessed all day over it because I knew I'd be good for like about 2 more weeks till I ran out of coal. And then by Thursday, I was like, what do I do? Because he's probably so backed up now. And my coal guy's probably so backed up now. What do I do? So I took a shot and I called him. And fortunately, he must really like me because he showed up yesterday. And let me tell you, at least that's one thing I don't have to worry about if we do get snowpocalypse. So anyway.
In China, there's still burning coal is still the #1 source of energy in China. It has been for decades. So you're not going to hurt.
And theirs is low grade. We've got pure anthracite here.
China's doing more damage to this planet than anybody.
Yeah, they are.
I go back to my same thing. Listen, I love Harrison Ford, but every time he gets an award and he goes up there talking about global warming, it's like, listen, motherfucker, you know what I mean? Stop flying around in your plane. You can't land anyway. Stop flying around. You don't need 3 houses that are consuming more energy, which equals coal, than I probably have in, all my years on this planet. So when you start walking the walk, then I'll listen to you talk the talk there, Harrison. Other than that, just shut up and do your movie. Because you know what, he's listen, I like Harrison Ford. He's one of my favorite actors. I neglect to mention him because I always say, like, it's Mel Gibson, Kurt Russell for me, and I always tend to neglect Harrison. But like literally just the other day, we were having a meeting at work, and in the break room, the TV was on for a little bit, and The Fugitive was on, and everybody's like, "What movie is this? Is that Harrison Ford?" And I'm like, "It's The Fugitive, man. I watched this almost every day back in the '90s, man. This is one of my favorite." So I tend to neglect Harrison. I love him as an actor, but I just saw a video recently where some dude was, for some reason, he thought Harrison Ford can just stroll down the street in New York City, and not get mobbed by fans and stuff. He was a real ass to the fans too. He really does not like us. That's, it's unfortunate, but that's one case where, like, I never met him. I don't have any desire of meeting him because it will ruin everything. Because he's not.
Never meet your heroes.
No, he's a case that's clearly you don't want to meet him. So I'll just keep him as Han and Indy and
Decker.
Deckard.
I really liked him as Decker.
Yo, you guys ever see Regarding Henry? You guys ever see the movie Regarding Henry?
Yeah, that was good. Yeah,
I didn't see that.
He got
Nobody
into an
mentions that
accident, auto accident.
Yeah, he got shot and he lost.
Yeah,
he
you really felt he was an
Yeah.
asshole at the beginning of that movie. He was a complete asshole.
He was kind of himself. But John, Brother John, he's a scumbag lawyer, right? And he ends up walking. I don't want to give it all away.
Lawyer.
Yeah, I won't even say why, but he ends up taking a bullet to the head, and he basically loses his memory, and he as he learns to be human again and stuff like that, he discovers that he was kind of a giant ass and stuff. Really good movie. Really good movie. You'll watch it, and I guarantee you'll never look at a box of Ritz the same way again. I guarantee it. So
Wow.
Now you got to watch to see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Rob Wright wants to know from then on, was your Camaro called R2D2? I never really named my car. Sure. I didn't say don't threaten me that time. Be nice. No, I never really named my cars. I remember my mom called her car Bessie for some reason. She had Ford Mavericks, man, growing up. I grew up in Fords. I don't know why I became a Chevy guy. But yes.
I had a friend who had a Toyota Corolla in around 1985 or so, and he named it the Millennium Falcon, and it was white, and it was a piece of shit. And he had Millennium Falcon in stencil letters that he bought from the grocery store, the liquor store, and just tacked them onto the side on the door, and it was pretty fitting. We got dents and everything though.
So you mentioning that, okay? I think it was last week. I didn't mention it, and I told myself I wasn't going to, but I've been having this issue with my local post office. Okay, they're the rudest people on this planet. And my neighbor right behind me here works there for like 20 years. So he's a nice guy. I don't know how he fits in. But okay, so literally, I went in there not that long ago to get stamps. So they have this stupid system where you come in the door, you got to walk, even though you could walk right to the register, even if nobody's there. Like they bitch at you if you don't. You have to walk around this long table and then down around this side and come back to the register, back to where you came in. So anyway, there was one person in line. So I walk all the way down to the end of this table, wait my turn like a good fet, right? Finally, I come up to the counter. She's like counting something and like not even acknowledging my presence. So I'm like, you know, she finally looks up at me, doesn't say a word. She just looks at me.
Mhm.
And I say, I'd like to get some stamps. And she still just stands there looking at me. I'm like, stamps? Can I get a book of stamps? So finally she goes, oh, okay, now we're, see, I didn't know if you wanted one stamp or if you wanted more than one stamp. I was like, I said stamps. I didn't say I would like a stamp. I said stamps, plural, right? Anyway, so these are the people we're dealing with. So now for the last, it's probably about a year now. I don't know what's going on. It's like, I'm not getting my mail. I'm getting my mail. I'm fighting with my bill. Like I'm these, like my bills, they're telling me, like, send me notifications saying they didn't get my thing until this date. Even though I look in my book and I mailed it out like 2 weeks ahead of time. One thing took 3 weeks, and it was my internet too. So fortunately, I'm still here with you. But my internet, I ended up fighting out with my internet. They're saying they didn't get it till the 30th of December. I'm looking at my book. I'm like, I mailed that thing out on the 14th of December, right?
Yeah.
So that was it. I finally called. The next day I called, and it almost sounded like this woman I was just telling you about. She's covered. She's like 40-something years old, got sleeves. It's like, really? You got sleeves at 40-something? Anyway, so it sounded like her, but I'm like, could you please tell me why I'm not getting my, oh no, I tried mailing a bill out the next day and it wasn't, I get up, my flags, I heard the car, it wakes me up every morning at 10 in the morning. I can hear the car. That's why I'm getting on this story, because I saw it the one time, and the girl, I thought she was like serious about her job. She has a big decal on the side of the car, big die cut X-Wing, and it says something like Rebel Force Post Delivery. So anyway, so I'm like, man, she takes her job seriously. But all of a sudden, nobody's picking up my stuff. So this day, you can imagine my surprise when I come downstairs after being woken up at 10 in the morning to see my flag still up on my mailbox. So I called my post. So I saw a neighbor, and I said to her, I said, do you have any issues with them not picking up your mail or giving you mail? You know what my neighbor said? She says, you know what? We go to a different post office up the road here because they're rude down there and we don't trust them to mail it here at our home. I'm like, that's sad. I mean, like, it's a federal job. You're getting paid handsomely to deliver my mail. So I call this day, I called down there and I said, could you please tell me why my mail's not getting picked up? And you know what the first thing she says to me is? She says, well, maybe you didn't have incoming mail today.
Oh,
I said, so you're telling me you're not going to pick up my mail unless you have mail to put in my box? You're not gonna... I said, you understand. So what we have here there is a stand across the street with 6 mailboxes on it. So it's not like they have to go door to door. And she's just like, I don't feel like going in there today. No, she had to stop. I heard her stop across the street. She was over there. My flag was up. So I'm like, I don't understand what you're telling me right now. Like, you got to pick up my mail. I said, all I put over there is bills, really, you know. They have to be where they need to be in a timely fashion. You can't be doing this. So then she goes, well, are you sure you got mail today? I said, it woke me up at 10 o'clock this morning. It's a V6. I can tell by the sound of it. It's that rumble of a V6. I said, it woke me up like it does every morning. So, you know, you can imagine why I'm disgusted that my mail wasn't picked up. And then she goes to me, oh, well, the girl, you have like a 3-hour route. It's only a 3-hour route. She's explaining this stuff to me. She goes, and the girl who came up your way today, who did your route, is sitting right here. I'm like, well, why did you ask me if I had mail in today? If you knew the girl who came here today was sitting right there next to you. I said, look, here's all I need from you. I told her the story about my neighbor saying you're rude, you know, you can't trust me. Listen, I said, all I need is my bill. I need to know my bills. I said, I work at night. I can't get up early in the morning and drive over the mountain because you're too rude and won't pick up my mail. I said, all I need is my bills, to know my bills are getting paid. So fortunately, like, that's why I was saying at the beginning of the show when I was talking about my CDs getting here, I'm like, this band are they lucky that they dropped them off? Because anyway, but so I didn't mean to get so long-winded on the post office thing, but I've been fighting with them for literally last summer. I had to get, like, I don't know if it was the postmaster, what you call it, but I took drastic steps, and it was basically an investigation. And apparently they still haven't learned their lesson. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
You're making more
Well,
money
that's-
than me, I'm sure. Do your job.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Well, that's the thing. That's why my mother and I, we always take our mail down to the post office to mail it. And fortunately, we've got 3 post office, 6 miles in each direction. So it's not a difficulty for us. But, you shouldn't have to do that.
No, that's my point. I mean, my local mailbox, local post office is just like 5 miles down the road. It's where
Yeah.
my bank is right down the other end of the block from it. It's like, look, I'm not gonna not come to a post office just because they're rude. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You be rude on your own fucking time. You know what I mean? You be nice
Yeah.
on my time. Like I might be a normal scumbag out in the street or whatever to you, but when I come in there, you're my fucking employee. See, I'm getting worked up now. That's why I didn't want to talk
Yeah.
about it last week. You work for me. That's a government job. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I had that because at one point I even said to her, I forgot I left this out too. She goes to me, she goes, well, did you put mail in your box? I said, are you asking me after I just told you that my flag was still up if I physically walked across the street and put it in my mailbox? I said, I did. I said, I came home from work. I wrote out my
Mhm.
bills. I put stamps on them. And I put them in the box and I put the flag up. I said, am I missing a step? Like, what am I missing here in this conversation? But it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Tippy Tail McKitty and Andy Masterson are here.
Oh, shoot. You came in at a good time.
Hello.
I'm my lid and cursing like an idiot. Anyway, okay, yeah, I'll go down to yeah, we were here. This turned out to be one of them there real long outros. But okay. That's before I said climate change is real. It's been going on for about 4.5 billion years, give or take. Yeah, exactly. And the world always renews itself. It's going to get rid of us before we can damage it to the point that before it goes extinct, it will make us extinct. So don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Live it up while you can. I'm so sick of hearing about global warming. I'm going to be comfortable. Anyway, Linrod says it's still minus 15 here. Holy shit.
Holy cow.
Holy Shatner. Warmer than it's been, LOL. Well,
jeez.
If you're used to it, you keep it up there, my friend, because my bones don't like it at my age.
That's not good for humans or cheese.
That's not good for anybody. That's not good for
weather
anybody.
Report today said there was a lot of ice out there.
Yeah.
That's another thing that's scary. I'm hearing all ice being incorporated, and I can drive in snow.
We get a lot of black ice.
Yeah, I can drive in snow, and I can even drive in ice when I know that it's there. It's when it's scary is when you can't see it. You know what I mean? When it's under the snow, and then we got all these. I live in a valley. The valley goes about a mile that way, about a mile this way. So I'm down in this valley, and we just get this wind that whips through here. That just it could be well above freezing here, but between me and the next town, man, that wind's just blowing across. It's probably like -3 blowing across that road. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so you don't know. That's what I hate about the winter. I keep saying I got to move to Florida, but now people are telling me about how bad the bugs are and stuff. And man, they got alligators down there. I wouldn't win against an alligator. Nope.
They have beaches.
They have beaches. That's true. But I would get in trouble on those beaches because there's half naked women on them beaches. And I would be that guy. You ever see them videos where the guy's like looking, he's filming with his camera and he pans over and there's the woman looking at him like the death stare? That's me. I don't need a beach, John. That's just more trouble in my life. Right? I don't need that. I have a hard enough time looking away from yoga pants. We've discussed, I think many times at this point, my fondness for yoga pants, and just they wear them everywhere. Like even work now, it's like give me ladies, don't wear them to work. I understand they're comfortable, but do you understand the power? Listen, it takes. Okay, maybe it's just me being a dirtbag.
Ladies, don't listen to Fed. It's fine. You can wear them to work all day long.
Okay, so not to my job and things because it's like, you know what I mean? I don't want to get fired because I'm a dirty old man and stuff, but it's, it takes every ounce of willpower for a guy not to look at them yoga pants. You know what I mean? So just don't. I'm uncomfortable at work. And, that's another thing. That's what I don't understand. How come I can't be comfortable at work? I don't get this whole thing. Why are women allowed to be comfortable at work? You can't look at them because then it's like sexual harassment. But you know what I mean? Why can't I come in there with freaking my thing hanging? You know what I mean? It's like, I want some comfortable pants. I got to bend over all day long. I got to lift stuff. Why can't I be comfortable? Because you don't want to look at my goddamn junk all night. That's why. But you make us, you know what I mean? Anyway, sorry. This has gone off in a whole different direction, this live stream.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody keeps telling me that. Like, yeah, I know. Well, I think I even said that to her at one point. I said, I know y'all want me to just pay my bills online so you can just get paid to sit down there in the post office and talk, right? But that's one of the
Yeah.
reasons. Listen, God damn it, that's one of the reasons why I still pay by check. Because listen, I got to do my job every day. They got to do their job every day. End of story.
Yep.
I don't care. I'm going to hold
Yeah.
out until they don't accept checks anymore, or I get sick and tired of having to keep buying checks. But in the meantime, listen, they make a lot of money at that post office. Do your damn job. Yeah, that's it. If I sat at work and I sat in the break room and my supervisor came in and said, "Hey, I didn't see you out there for a while. What you doing?" Well, I was like, "Well, you mustn't have had any outgoing work today or incoming work today." So I just I skipped over. I just sat here. I'd be fired like that. I can't snap my fingers.
Yep.
Little secret about Fed. I don't know why it is. I can't snap my fingers. But anyway, I could do. Remember that? No, I can't even do that anymore. Remember back in the 80s, we used to. I can't even do that anymore. Holy crap! My arthritis.
There
Yeah.
might be some official responsibility they have to dropping off mail. I mean, I hate I hate my mailbox. I hate the damn thing's existence. I can't get rid of it if I wanted to. It's like a tax on my time. All I do is pull out ads and crap, and I got to sift through it to see if there's anything in there that somebody sent me that I also didn't want, but actually had my name on it. I have to open
Yeah.
that crap up and throw it away too. It's how much I think about how much time do I spend on a yearly basis going through garbage in the mail. I wish I could just shut mine down. And then
Yeah.
they're treating you the opposite way. I bet there's some responsibility that they have that you could get them in trouble if you really
Well,
wanted
that's the
to
scary
pursue the
thing. Like,
issue.
I used to get a lot of junk mail too, and I don't. I will go
You're
4 days,
lucky.
nothing. 4 days, nothing. Yeah, I am lucky, but that's fine thinking that it's the junk mail not making it to me. But I'm also thinking because I don't remember getting my water bill this month, so I probably have a double there. So right there, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Or are we too busy hanging out? Because look it, I'm cutting my nose off to spite my face. Because I notice
Yeah.
even Lenrod's, yeah, he says I have what few bills I have set to auto pay makes life a lot easier. I get that. I'm cutting my nose off to spite my face. I hate, like right now, I'm almost out of stamps. So I could probably order them, but I'm not. Is my post office going to deliver them? So now I'm going to have to go down probably next weekend and get some stamps. Yeah, I'm cutting my nose off to spite my face. But listen, darn it, they're going to do their jobs. They're going to do their
Mhm.
jobs. Once I know that they're doing their job, then I'll switch over to auto pay. But right now, the point is they're going to do their jobs, and that's where I stand. That's where I stand on this. That's the thing. The
Yeah.
government got lazy, and this stuff got to stop. I
Yeah.
wish I could sit back and do nothing all damn day, right? Well, I guess I'm
The
kind
auto
of doing it
pay,
tonight, aren't I? But
Lenrod is right though. The auto pay is really good. If I weren't for
yeah,
auto pay, I couldn't leave home and trounce around the world and do all kinds of things and not have to worry about it. So try it.
yeah.
You'll
Yeah.
like it.
No,
It's
I know
like
I would. Right now, I'm proving a point, though. Right now, I'm proving a point.
Yeah.
Maybe one of these days I'll grow up and do that. But brother Andy says the only reason FedEx, UPS, and DHL exist is because the USPS is so bad. True, but FedEx isn't much better because I've rarely dealt with FedEx. But I remember years ago, I bought a TV stand for my bedroom. It was just one of those. It was like the fancier Walmart thing, but it was one of those things you put together. And
Mm.
they sent me, instead of a left and right panel, they sent me only like two of one. And so I
Yeah.
contacted the company and they sent it to FedEx. And I never had anything coming through FedEx before. But like weeks
Yeah.
went by, and like my TV's sitting on the floor. So I got rid of my old TV stand. I have pieces of TV stand all over my bedroom. So I'm like, I finally contacted them. They're like, well, you got to contact FedEx. So I'm calling FedEx like every day, and they're like, we can't find your house. I'm like, what are you talking about? And at this particular, we have a Burger King a mile down the road.
Mhm.
I swear to God, every time, this is at this intersection where you got to go anywhere around here. So I'd be sitting at the red light there at that intersection right across from Burger King. There goes the FedEx truck. I'm like, really? You're a mile
Yeah.
from my house. You can't find my house. Anyway, so I'm not so fond of FedEx anyway. And the funny thing is, my niece lives right next to me here, and they have every day to have UPS and FedEx. And I'm like, there's the FedEx truck. Well, they found her house. But anyway, so I'm a little biased
Yeah.
with FedEx. Plus, Tom Hanks wasn't he a FedEx employee in what was that movie he did where he was stranded on that desert island? I'm thinking
Uh,
Fugitive.
Castaway.
yeah,
Castaway.
Castaway. Yeah, that was good. That was a good film.
That was good. It was good. I liked it at the time. I always hated the scene where he has the toothache and he has to knock the tooth out with the skate. Oh man, I hate that. I still just
Oh
even
man,
thinking about that. I hate
brutal
that scene.
reality.
Yeah.
But
Hey, TZ of Misery is here. Hello there.
oh, see that? Speaking of devil, see that happened earlier. I mentioned Glenn Schroeder, and Glenn showed up. Showed up.
Yeah.
I said Glenn John. I said Glenn showed up.
Awesome.
Anyway, Glenn Schroeder showed up. Rob Wright says their
Yeah.
job is to pick up and deliver the mail. Yes, it is exactly. That's right. That's why I'm like so insistent that I win this battle. You know,
Yeah.
I must win it. I have to win it. I just
Yeah.
do.
And
They don't have
AI is
to.
going to
Go ahead.
go ahead.
I was just
Oh,
going
I
to. They don't
think-
have to. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
seriously.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. They don't have to compete the way other companies have to. They've got governments. That's exactly right. That's what
it,
frustrates
yeah.
me the most
Mhm.
about it. Anyway,
And
what were you going to say?
AI is going to replace all the jobs that we're aware of, except not the postal service.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
That
I mean,
and PennDOT,
yeah, PennDOT.
And what one?
Yeah,
And pin-
you know, because they still haven't found a shovel that'll stand up by itself.
no, that one poor guy has to do all the work while 5 other guys stand around watching him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if the shovel stood by itself, then even that one guy wouldn't work then either.
Oh, PennDOT, Department of Transportation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah,
the
everywhere.
Yeah, there.
Every department. Yeah, right. One guy
I
does all
have
the
a-
work, and 3 people stand around.
I know a lot of people
Yeah.
say that, but I think Pennsylvania is pretty legendary for potholes. John, tell them about the
Yeah.
potholes. Tell them about the potholes we got. You ever see the memes
Drive
where it's
down-
a crater?
Drive down, I think it's Spruce Street in Scranton, and just put some soap on your car first, so that when you go into the pothole that's full of water, you can wash the car. And
I never
rinse
thought
it
of
off.
that. Yeah, got an
Nice.
automatic
Yeah.
wash. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
even think of
It is a minefield through that city, and some of the areas are just horrible. The areas that are good, they've got a mayor there now who wants to pull out all the traffic lights from downtown.
that.
People
Why?
are going to die
Yeah, what's the?
because when you stop cars at traffic lights, the cars are still running and polluting and global warming, la-di-da-di-da.
Listen, don't even get me started on that because my car has a stupid auto stop, right?
Yep.
And I didn't know about, I swear to God, the day I test drove it, it did not do that.
Mhm.
And and it didn't, I had it for like a week and I had to take it back to the dealer to get that stuff sprayed on the inside.
Mhm.
Driving back, it was doing it, it was shutting off. And I remember saying to the guy, I was like, yeah, something's wrong with that car. It's because I never knew about this. I never heard of this.
Yeah.
And no, he's like, no, that has that auto stop feature and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, unfortunately, you bought the most popular car Chevy makes, so it's the only one you can't turn that off. I was like, man, if I would have known that, if you'd have told me that, I would have never bought it. And that comes from the Obama administration with all that crap they were
Yeah.
doing. I hate that, man. Jesus, that is, I don't know. And it's such wear and tear on the starter
Yeah.
and the battery.
Yeah.
There's no way it's
Mhm.
not.
Gotta
Yeah, it has to
Yeah.
be. So, and
Yeah.
I researched it. I looked on YouTube and everything. And my car, and then how convenient does this sound? They suggest, so it's a 7-speed transmission and it's not automatic, but it has the button on the top where you can shift it manually. So what you have to do is every time you put that in drive, every time, by the way, you put it in low and then you click the button 7 times to manually shift the transmission. So it kind of shifts on its own then. Every time you put it in so then I got to deal with, so I kind of found on my feather in the brake, I can kind of defeat it sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't. I'll tell you what, I noticed that the last month or so that I kind of got cold. We got some of these cold snaps, and my battery's only not even 3 years old. Because I remember it was my daughter's birthday of 23 September. I was getting some work done on the house. We had to wait until they were done here. We were going to all go out, take her out for her birthday and have, party, dinner, all that stuff. And I go out, my car won't start. Right. And it's like, I popped the hood and it's like, Jesus, man, I couldn't even find the battery. Like the computer's on top of it and a fuse behind. I'm like, holy shit. I don't have a way to get to the thing anyway. Cause my niece moved at this time. And anyway, so luckily Advance Auto's right down the road, but man, they charged me to come up and swap my battery out. But so that's how I know how old my battery is. And here we are already. And it was several $100s too, by the way. And I remember back in the day when I had my Camaros and stuff, and I used to do all the work on my cars myself and stuff. I swear by AC Delco, AC
Mhm.
Delco. I would buy an AC Delco and I would be good. I would be good for the life of the vehicle,
Yeah.
how long I had the vehicle.
Yeah.
Nowadays, yeah, man, geez. But again, cars didn't have this stupid auto stop back then either, where you're starting and stopping
Yeah.
every 2 seconds.
Yeah. See, that's where I was lucky. My dad worked for GMB Battery up in Dunmore. So
Hmm.
whenever they got a Blem battery, which was, it had a scratch on it, they were allowed to buy them for $15 and bring them home.
Wow.
So I got free batteries all the time. Now, never see that. The battery plant is gone along with the other one. Dad worked at the clean one. Marshall was the contaminated one.
Well, listen, folks,
But,
I'll tell you what I don't recommend, and I haven't bought them in years, but I don't imagine their quality improved because nothing has.
mm,
But do not buy Duralast from AutoZone because
yeah,
everyone, and I was in a pinch. I had it was when I was doctoring for my thing here, and
yeah,
I had to go to the hospital. It's about 30 miles away from here, and so I had a doctor's appointment on. I'm dressed nice and everything. I get just about to the hospital, and my battery goes, and I
mhm,
can't get all dirty. So I went to an AutoZone, and because they install them there too. So I was
yeah,
like, whatever. I'm kind of in a pinch here. Put it in. I got that thing died. I got another one that died. My mom put one in her car that died. My brother put
yeah,
one in his car that died. So I do not recommend Duralast
yeah,
from because they don't Duralast. Let me tell you, or at least in my
yeah,
experience, Duralast. That's funny. We're yapping about so many things that aren't even Star Wars related. I like the Lenrod said the outro is the real show. Yeah, we did start wrapping up. What is it, about an hour ago now?
yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah.
pretty much.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's one thing, unless I'm feeling real crappy like I did last week, that's one thing. Like, I know when Doomcock's wrapping up, I'm like, it's over. I start getting depressed.
Yeah,
And that's one thing about this channel. You don't have to worry about that in most cases because it's just the beginning of
yeah,
the end when we say goodbye. So,
yeah,
holy smokes, Andy, yeah, they do. I've seen alligators run before. I've seen
yeah,
video. Fortunately, video, not in person. I don't want to see it. One thing I don't want to see alligators run after me is what I don't want to see.
yeah,
Yeah.
Rob Wright says move to Texas. I've been talking to somebody about that. They're not real big on it, but I have thought about it. It has been oh, and by the way, too, I totally forgot. I skipped over. I wanted to say, if you're still here, probably an hour ago, Tippy Tail McKitty says, hell. But I just did. John, I did the
hello,
Gene. Why did I do that? John, I did the Gene Simmons one. Why did I do that?
yeah.
Hey, you remember that?
Uh,
Remember that? Remember that
it
when
was
Gene
from
Simmons?
doing this earlier.
Oh, maybe. We'll probably talk about it more when we discuss Kiss. But remember how Gene Simmons tried trademarking us, saying he came up with that, and Ronnie James Dio
Yeah,
didn't. When every picture I ever saw of Gene Simmons, he was doing the "I Love You" one. He was doing the
yeah.
3-finger one, right? I
Cover
never,
of the Love Gun album.
yeah, I don't think I ever even saw him do this. And he was trying to trademark. He
Yeah,
did this. Gene, you were doing this. You were saying "I love you." The real devil horns belong to Ronnie James Dio
yeah,
because that was the Maloik. That was an Italian
yeah.
thing. That's what his mom used to do to ward
And
away evil spirits when he
actually,
was a little kid.
there was a band in the 60s, was one of these genuine occult bands, was doing it before he was.
Oh, really?
Like Ronnie made it popular. I can't remember the name of the band. They had a blonde singer, female, and they were really bizarre.
Well, listen, I'm sticking with Ronnie James Dio inventing it because
Yeah,
he's God. He's God. Like, I love Lemmy, and everybody always says Lemmy was God, but literally Ronnie James Dio, right? I mean,
yeah,
there's the argument ends right there. Ronnie James Dio. He wasn't Lemmy Dio.
hmm
So, all right, let's see if I run through this chat again. Most modern beachgoers have no business in a swimsuit. That's true. You might
yeah,
have a point there.
yeah. Same thing with people at nudist colonies.
See, my problem is though, is my tastes are like I listen, I dig a chick with some meat on her bones.
hmm
I have no problem with saying that. I'm not scared. I'm not scared to admit
Yeah,
that. Sometimes, listen. Sometimes a woman with the curves in the right place are better than a plank. You know what I mean? I'd
hmm
rather. That's sensual. You know what I mean? That's
yeah,
sensual. Planks, you can keep your planks.
yeah.
I've, you know,
But
if I
there
got
are
a
some
passionate,
real walruses on some of these beaches,
Yeah, okay.
know,
No, I'm not saying.
and that's just
No, I'm not talking
it ain't
walrus.
good.
No,
Yeah,
no. But I'm just saying I'm a little more lenient. I'm a little more lenient there,
yeah,
and I think a lot of guys are too. They just don't want to admit. I ain't scared. I ain't
yeah.
scared to admit it, and I
Well,
say I'm
that's the
scared
thing.
now.
If she's got an interesting or pretty face,
Yeah,
that's cool. You know, that's the
that's like
first thing I see, as opposed to what women think is no, I'm not looking at your boobs first. I'm looking at your face first.
yeah, that's the thing. It's
You
easy to
know.
look at the boobs and the butt. It's when they have a like I think I mentioned it before, man. It wasn't a deal for me back in the
Hmm.
well, now she's not looking so good. She's not looking bad actually health wise, but man, I was always Ann Wilson. Everybody was like Nancy, Nancy,
Yeah,
Nancy. No, give me Ann any day. That was bullshit that they were hiding her in the dark back there in the
Yeah.
yeah,
80s. You know what I mean? She was a
yeah,
beautiful woman back then. Beautiful voice, beautiful woman. And I think
yeah,
she was hotter. I think she was hotter in their comeback when they were trying to hide her in the darkness than in the
yeah,
70s, right?
yeah.
So
Was she shy? Maybe.
no, I think that was all a record label. They wanted
Yeah.
they
Mm.
pushed
Well,
Nancy out there.
she
Go
had
ahead, John.
gained a lot of weight in the early '80s, so they wanted they put Nancy out front to do These Dreams. I think the song was the
Yeah,
video,
yeah,
and she did the lead vocal on it, and
yeah.
they put her
And
out in
sang
front
though. And sang too
and
though. If you watch the
sang.
video, you can
Yeah,
hear it too. Yeah.
she did the backups, but they put Nancy out front because Anna had gained all that weight. And they
Yeah.
were trying to put her in '80s fashions, the hair and all that, and it just didn't look right.
Listen, I'm telling you what, I'm putting a challenge down on you guys right now, and probably some girls. You go watch the video for nothing at all, right?
Hmm.
You go watch the video for nothing at all. Ann Wilson was fucking smoking hot in there. I'm sorry, General Call, if you're still here. That required the F-bomb.
Yeah,
She was freaking smoking hot in that.
yeah,
Even the beginning of What About Love, right? When it's
yeah.
just focused on Ann's face, just
Hmm.
the way her mouth moves. It's sexy, man. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter. It doesn't matter how much she weighs. Her mouth is beautiful and sexy enough. Anyway,
yeah.
I gotta watch that video after the live stream. All right, we gotta go, everybody. No, just kidding. Let's see. Andy Masterson
Oh,
says Amazon has the best delivery. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue there. They're
yeah.
pretty good. And I like too that they send you like a picture. Because one time I was expecting a package and they sent the picture and it was on my neighbor's porch.
Hmm.
So that's pretty cool that they do that.
Yeah,
And it's the principle of the matter. That is for sure. What's
yep.
this? Fet, move home. You won't have that problem. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. I gotta get the hell out of here.
We'll get him there.
Yeah. Tippy Tail says, I work outside. It's 10 degrees. Fire me now. I used to. That's
Please.
one thing. I worked outside. I worked in a factory that was a sweat box in the summertime. I used to have these things. I don't know if you ever saw the commercials back in the day, but late at night, they'd have infomercials for these things. They were just like it looked like a scarf, but it was filled with gel, and you just dip them in water.
Yeah.
Man, it was so hot in this factory I worked at in the summertime. I used to take one of those. And like people would ask me where I got them. And I was like, it's not all junk on the infomercials at the end of the night, late in the night.
Yep.
So I actually got those, and I swear by those things.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Hey, Fet, you
Yep.
got a question back there. Asked if Old Man Bird asked if you're learning anything on the guitar lately.
Oh shit, did I miss it? Yeah, I did see something about
Well,
guitar.
yeah,
I see I get
Yeah,
talking and I forget that I even
it's all right.
am I
That's
learning
what's over
anything?
here.
Okay, so yeah, I'm probably gonna be figuring out some new Megadeth because well, not the Timu stuff. That's gonna take a bit. That's gonna
Yeah.
take a bit because I'm too out of practice to play. I mean, he's shredding. I mean, they have a song on there called "Let There Be Shred." It lives up to the
Yeah.
name, folks. But yeah, I might have to figure out some of that new, maybe even some new creator. So again,
You
man,
gonna
if you
play
guys go ahead.
play one of your Star Wars guitars, maybe?
Yeah, like I said, I still got to do that. I'm gonna. That'll probably be the next plan. Now that since I
Cool.
we discussed the Star Wars and stuff, I gotta figure out how to
Yeah,
get the mic and everything. I'm trying to get it so
we
that
want to see
I
it.
gotta talk to
We wanna
somebody who
see
knows how to do these things because I need to know how I can have the sound quality. Because I like when I direct mic my amp and talk into this mic, but I have to switch. I have to go backstage here and switch. I want to be able to talk into them both without getting any noise interference from either one or echo cancel.
Yeah.
So anyway, I need it. So if anybody watching this who knows how to get past that problem, instruct me. I need
I'll
instruction.
talk
Yeah.
to you about backstage. I'll tell you what I do know and maybe come up with some ideas.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need some
Where
help
is
in that
this
department. Who's here?
Tippy Tail McKitty just had a birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Oh,
I hope I didn't just
Happy
skip past
birthday,
that.
dude.
Happy birthday, by the way. Yeah. Very cool.
you see how old?
And where is it here? Oh, 54. Awesome.
There you go.
Very cool. We're pretty close in age. We're pretty close in age. Oh, wait, is this it?
54 years young.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I must have missed it. I apologize for that.
I didn't see it either.
I saw that I work outside one. See, John, I'm going to have to make you I'm going to have to give you some authority back
Yeah.
here. Because when Carl's not here, I need all help I can get.
Yep. Let's see. Come to think of it. 1, 2. Yeah, in 3 weeks is my 61st.
Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I wasn't down far enough. Holy crap, they were talking again. See that?
Yeah.
No, I know, because I just figured it out. I just figured you guys out. So when I don't have anything to talk about and I'm floundering here, you guys are like hanging out. But when Fett finally comes up with something to talk about, it's so boring. You guys start talking amongst yourselves. I get it. I see where I stand. I get it. All right. That's how it is. All right. Yeah, he said, I just turned 54 yesterday. Yesterday it was. Happy belated birthday, my man. Happy birthday.
And many more.
Rob says, ugh. No, not the University of Texas hand sign. What was that this? Which one? Was it this one? I only did that by accident. I never do that. I don't know why that one popped out. It's I'm so used to that one. My thumb was lazy.
Have you ever seen anybody do that one?
I don't know. I'm aware of this one. No, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know that one. Wait, what the hell is it?
Yeah, that one is live long and prosper. That one is die slow and suffer.
Oh, no, I'm used to the Steel Panther.
Ah.
The shocker. Yo, John, did you know? I'm probably going to get in trouble for this one, but I'm sorry, YouTube. It's the name of the pedal. Did you know? Satchel, the guitar player, he has a pedal, a distortion pedal called the Pussy Melter. Did you know that? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
I just want to get it just because.
There was a big controversy about that. I think it was in Russia.
I think he may have renamed it now.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was not that long ago, about 4 or 5 years. But there was a big deal about that. I think it was Russia. Gave him a lot of trouble about that.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Yeah.
The thing of it is, a lot of people don't know he's a very good guitar player. Under that wig. Now he does kind of look ridiculous with the wig, but that's Russ Parrish. That's Russ Parrish. I didn't realize how hard that was to say till now. If y'all remember when this is a guitar player, he even had short hair back then, so that's why he wears wig. Steel Panther. Yeah, but he's a pretty good guitar player. I'll tell you what. I said many times, I actually, the day I bought my first Ibanez, went to the store to buy either a Jackson or a Charvel. It's pretty much the same company. And he has a pretty, he might have a new one by now, but the last signature series guitar of his I saw was a beautiful Charvel. It was a neon green with black tiger stripes. I was tempted, man. I was really tempted. It's one of the first signature series I really kind of drooled over in a while there. But Rob Wright says Nancy had a cold when she recorded these dreams. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
And they kind of left some of the because it was raspy, so they left it in there. I think I watched the video. Heart is my mom's favorite band and was my first concert. Heart is very, and I tend to prefer, like, Barracuda's cool and stuff like that. It's a little heavy for Heart, but I tend to prefer the 80s comeback stuff. And I was so disappointed to find out that a lot of that stuff wasn't even there. It's like I said, What About Love is a band originally, Toronto, recorded that in 1982, and then Heart covered that in 1985. And even Alone, man, that was like 2 guys did that song originally. Even that's a cover.
Yeah.
Alone, like some of their 2 of their biggest songs were not even their own. But they do have some cool
Oh, I just remembered when my cousin lived in Seattle, he was just up the street from Ann Wilson. And when this garbage started there about, 6 years ago or just before when COVID started and all the protests and stuff, he moved off to Olympia.
Boy, that'd be something to have Ann Wilson as your neighbor. Well, before he passed, not Mickey Dolenz, Davy Jones from the Monkees.
Yeah.
Lived a couple of towns over. I never ran into him. I talked to people who ran into him. I heard he had a lot of run-ins with the local police. He wasn't the best driver, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard stories about that. But yeah, that was kind of our big local celebrity was Davy Jones. Kind of lived around here to retire.
Yeah.
What about the Monkees? You guys like the Monkees? I love the Monkees.
Oh yeah.
In
fact, my old guitar player John Roginski had a band called the Monkey Files. It was a cover band, and they were good enough that they got to meet all the Monkees before the others passed away. I guess it's just Mickey Dolenz is left now.
Yeah, he's the only one left.
He's got lots of pictures with them. He's played with them, and he's now the keyboard player for 1910 Fruit Gum Company.
Say what?
Yeah.
I hope that has more flavor than a Fruit Stripe gum.
Yeah, he's the one that didn't want a career in music, and then he's the only one of us who still has one.
I was just walking around singing. What the hell was I singing at work the other day? I'm a Believer. I was never a big fan of that song, but for some reason I was really digging it the other day. You know what's one of my favorite Monkey songs? Last Train to Clarksville is pretty decent.
Yeah.
No. I'm thinking the wrong one. It's What Am I Doing Hanging Around? I think it was called. Yeah, it was a Mike Nesmith song. That's what I'm thinking of. What am I doing hanging around? I should be on that train and gone. Yeah. I got to listen to that now. I have Monkey's Greatest Hits.
Mine was Daydream Believer.
That's a great one too. That's one of my favorites.
I remember being in kindergarten on the school bus. I was the last one to be dropped off at the end of the day, and I'd be singing that song, as best I could at 5 years old. And what was his name? Mike Coolball was the bus driver. And he'd be looking up in the mirror at me and smiling as I'm singing the song. That was kind of cool.
That is a cool memory. I used to do that too as a little kid. I would sing. I wasn't ashamed or anything back then because I didn't realize I couldn't sing until I was like a teenager. But I used to do that too, sing on the bus. And I probably sang that too. That's when it pops in my head a lot. Sleep. Yeah. Cheer up, sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it mean to a daydream believer? Homecoming queen.
After all these years, I remember that.
Yeah.
And I don't think we lagged, did we?
It was just it wasn't as bad as I thought it would have been. If I ever get into showing, my diecast cars, I do have a 1/18 scale Monkey Mobile, GTO.
Awesome.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I have one of those.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Miskatonic Madman and Real Weight Nation are here.
See, this is why I need to go back to doing the old long live stream. See, if I knew I didn't have work for a fact tomorrow, I could do these long ones. People show up. It's cool. It gives people a chance to watch other shows and find their way over here. All right, back to the chat.
Hello, fellas.
Yeah, hello. Yeah. Lenrod says, I just leveled up to Sorcerer Wednesday, then proceeded to get 6. So, it's balance, you made Sorcerer, you had to sacrifice a little bit, but after you fight this thing and get rid of this cold or sickness, you will still be Sorcerer, my friend. So you still have that to look forward to. And it gives you a reason to fight these germs and kick them with some mojo or magic that you can muster mister and do all of that there stuff. Holy smokes. Andy says he'll be 59. See, now this is sickening. This is sickening to me. Thanks for bragging, Andy. Look at Andy.
I'm older than Andy.
Andy looks like he's like 30, right?
Yeah.
Because listen, I remember specifically at the age of 34, my hair just not quite this. Well, my hair's almost white now, but I was 34 years old, and I woke up one day and my hair just went gray, right?
Hmm.
So Andy has some grays and stuff, but holy smoke, I wish I was in half the great shape. Oh, I guess I need to go to a gym, don't I? I guess I need to get to a gym. So
Yeah.
anyway, thanks. I'm jealous. I'm
Wow.
jealous, Andy, but congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Happy early birthday. Oh,
Happy
by the
birthday,
way,
man.
Andy, I've been trying to send you a text. I've been working on something, and I wanted to share it with you. And I don't know. I have to check my phone. But last I checked, I was trying to send all day. I guess it's too big. I hate compressing it because then it don't look so great. And I wanted your opinion on it. And then it's like you're gonna say it looks like shit because I compress. Anyway, it looks pretty good in person. So if I can get it to you, I'll get it to you. But because
Yeah.
I really want, I value. Me and Andy kind of. When he's working on something, he'll send me something. And I was real excited today. I made something really cool, and I'm excited about it. The damn thing went send
Yeah.
Andy. So anyway,
Oh.
let's see. Tippy Tail says,
What?
I saw Star Wars in the theater back in the day. Wow.
Yeah.
He was 5.
Have the
I was-
post office deliver it to Andy. Don't
I
hurt
think,
me.
yeah, my phone will send it to him before that happens, John. Unless I drive over the mountain. Maybe if I
Yeah.
drive over the mountain. But yeah, I think I said the other week I was 3 when Star Wars was in. I think I was 4. I think I was wrong about that. I misspoke.
Yeah.
I was 4.
See,
I still wouldn't have remembered.
Tippy Tail's the perfect person to ask. When he saw Star Wars at 5, how did it hit him? Did he get it all? I mean, there might have been a little bit that was a little bit too adult for him, just a little bit. But I'm guessing that he got the whole thing.
Yeah, man. If you remember, man, put it in the chat. I'll read that thing out. I'll read
Yeah.
that bad boy out. What you felt like
How-
if you remember
Yeah.
what you thought when you saw it.
I was 9, and I remember the day I saw it. I remember the theater. I remember everything about the entire opening scene. It was like some kind of a war event in my head. It was
Yeah.
a big deal, very impactful.
Well, I don't remember the exact day like you. I wish I did, like you guys do and stuff, but I do remember. I do feel like you said earlier. Basically, there was life before Star Wars, and then there's life after Star Wars.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and our outlook on life changed a lot. We just
Yeah.
had ideas and things you're looking forward to before that, and after that, everything just shifted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge.
It's legitimate. It was like a BBY and an ABY. And
Yeah.
you're
Right.
now an ABY.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Linrod
I was
says,
12 years old. That's when I went from Star Trek to Star Wars.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's right. Before Star Wars, that's all we really had that kind of lore for in science fiction was Star Trek. For serious science fiction, not like Lost in Space was fun, but that wasn't exactly serious. Star Trek, even though it was a little bit campy, it still was very serious. In my mind, it was as a kid growing up. So yeah, and Star Wars added, and it took it to a whole nother level. And then Star Trek had to step up, which is a great thing, and they did. Then the following year, we had the motion picture, which I love the motion picture. I think it's one of the best science fiction stories put to film. It's just a pure sci-fi story, and bringing out elements of a future history, a future Earth based on real history of Earth. That was just fantastic. So
Yeah.
I have to go back and rewatch it. That was always my least favorite, but maybe I would appreciate it now. I haven't watched it in forever.
Fett, one thing you should do is listen to the soundtrack, and I mean in headphones. Get the soundtrack, get the 20th anniversary edition soundtrack. It's a little bit expanded, but it's not the crazy 3-disc edition out there, which is by Verace or something like that, which I can get you that if you need, but get the 20th edition anniversary, listen to the headphones, and just soak it in and listen to what Jerry Goldsmith did there. It's a story all by itself, just a soundtrack. And then when you pay attention to that, when you're watching the film, it adds a whole lot more to it, in fact. So, and then just think of the film as it wasn't gunslingers in space. It wasn't the typical Kirk's going to go after the green alien and take him down, but it is a real science-based fiction story, and it's based in somewhat real Earth events, because remember at the time that it came out, Voyager 1 and 2 had just launched.
Yeah.
So that was, and being kids in the 70s and up into the late 70s, I was 10 at that time. I was very, very aware of Voyager space probes. And then
Mhm.
we're watching Star Trek, an extension of Earth a few hundred years in the future, and then they're watching our space probes, which we just really launched, come
Mhm.
back and be this giant AI monster ready to
Yeah.
consume Earth. And it
Yeah.
was really, you bring that all together, and it's a great story. And I get the feeling that people aren't really putting that all together when there's a lot of hatred for there's a very mixed crowd love and hate for the movie. I don't hear people talking about that, and I think you're missing a big point here.
Mhm.
So,
That is a good point. I have to watch that now.
Yeah.
I got to reacquaint myself with good old V'ger. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
V'ger. Yeah.
Maybe if I don't
Yeah.
have work, maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow night.
Empress Kambata. Now there was a good face
Yeah, she was
and
smoking,
everything else,
man.
but I mean, that
And-
whole bald-headed thing was awesome.
And I thought they did a great job of her portraying a robot. And
Mhm.
we know she's not a robot in reality, your mind, but she sold it the whole time. I thought it was
Yeah.
great. I
Yeah.
never sat there for a minute and thought that's a human in a robotic body acting like a robot. With the
Mhm.
whole way they did the scan of her body, they laid her down on the table, did the scan, and it showed all these, it's complete nanites in her
Yeah.
entire construction. And I don't
Hmm.
know, as a kid, I just thought, yeah, and
Mhm.
she's hot.
Yep.
That's great.
Oh shoot, I didn't
Really
see that.
cool.
Yeah, I totally. Wait, if you're still here, did you watch? You got to remember, you got to cut me some slack. I have a hard time walking and chewing gum at the same time, so we got talking. But Wade, he says, "Hey, Fett, did you watch my interview with Tom Connors yet?" I did not. I will have to check that out. Thanks for pointing that out.
Ah.
Kirk unit.
Yeah, definitely
Sorry.
want to check that out. And everyone else, there you go. He did an interview with Tom Connors.
Yeah.
Very cool. Linrod says, "Gotta love the deep freeze." Nah, I love to hate it nowadays.
Only
Richie
the one with the cheeseburger patties in it.
Who is Richie Sexton? I don't know Richie Sexton. No, ring a bell.
Doesn't
I bet you
sound familiar.
Lenrod probably knows. TP Tail says, I saw Davy Jones at an Indian casino. Yeah, Indian casino in Wisconsin. Was like a Vegas lounge act. I could see that. He would be a good lounge singer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there he was, Miskatonic Madman. John, you did mention him like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Sorry, brother Miskatonic, if you're still here. Hail. He says, hello, folks. I'm late to the party tonight. Hey, we started wrapping up, like an hour and 21 minutes ago at this point. So
Yeah.
fortunately, we're still here. But or it would have been the replay. But regardless, I appreciate when you folks watch the replay as well.
Yeah.
Because all them there YouTube hours. Lenrod says you're just in time for the outro. Yep. The extended outro. We'll see. Like I said, I was so tired last week. That's why it wasn't a real long one. I was kind of like, all right, we need to kill this now.
Yeah.
And then Tippy Tail says, took my wife on Valentine's Day. Oh, is this Star Wars?
Hmm.
Oh, and maybe. Oh, no, it's probably Davy Jones. Because there's some chats in between them. My wife is a big Monkees fan. Okay, so that was probably Davy Jones.
Yeah.
Hey, we're the Monkees. That's another one of those shows where I always talk about where I was even depressed as a little kid, and it took a lot to make me smile.
Yeah.
The Monkees made me smile. As ridiculous as it was, they made me smile. Miskatonic has been messing around with Comfort UI lately, trying out different models, have been tinkering lately. Have you been tinkering? Oh, okay, that was a private conversation. And I just read it on air. You're welcome. Okay, I think I was about to read the rest of the private conversation. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Tippy Tail. Continuation. It was boring in the beginning, was cool later in the movie. Okay, so this is Star Wars.
Mhm.
He says, I saw Empire at a drive-through theater. Buck Rogers was the opening movie. Oh, that would be, man, that's a double feature.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about that Buck Rogers movie intro? That should be super awesome to me, but it feels like I'm watching something I shouldn't. I don't know why it is. Like I, like you dream, or at least I did, of seeing, Aaron Gray and Pamela Hensley without their clothes, but something felt wrong about watching that original with the lyrics, I don't know. But that
I
was
will
cool at a
I'll
drive.
have to check that out.
Oh yeah, it's sleazy, man. It's like a whole different. And there's lyrics to the Buck Rogers theme.
Wow.
Far beyond the world I know, something like that.
Yeah.
Where am
Why
I?
does that
Who am I? Go ahead.
why does that sound so familiar?
You probably heard it before. It's like if you've ever watched like any kind of Buck Rogers documentary or anything here on YouTube and stuff. I think that's
Yeah.
probably where I first. No, I have the DVD, so I'm sure I saw it there. But you probably heard it there. Yeah, go, check
Could
it out on
be.
YouTube. Yeah, check it out after the stream.
Yeah.
You'll appreciate it. You'll appreciate it. Just as a little kid, I remember thinking I shouldn't be watching this. I don't know, even though this is what I want to see. But I don't know. It's weird. Because the funny thing was because I always dreamed. You always wanted to see
Yeah.
Aaron Gray nude, and
Yeah.
I'm a Friday the
Yeah,
13th fan.
yeah.
I love Friday the 13th, and she was in much older, but she was in Jason Goes to Hell, and she's topless in that, and that's another one of those where like I didn't feel right. I don't know what it was. Same thing happened with Priscilla Barnes from Three's Company. Okay, I love Janet. I was always a Janet fan. I was never Chrissy fan. I was never who was the Cindy? I was never big on Cindy. I'm not. It takes something special about a blonde. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But Priscilla Barnes was one of those blondes. You could tell she dyed her hair. You could see the roots and stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, I always dug Priscilla Barnes. She was in Rob Zombie's Devil's Rejects, I believe, the second in the House of a Thousand Corpses line of movies. And
Yeah.
she was top. I think everything. If I remember, I think you saw it. And I was like, I wanted to see that my whole life, and it just feels wrong. So I have this weird thing. I guess when women are like I think I mentioned this before. So and I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but I'm a big fan of Eva Green. Eva Green's right up
Yeah.
there in the book. And I remember when this wasn't that long ago. Me and a guy at work were talking about somehow the movie 300 got brought up, and he mentioned, did you ever see Rise of an Empire? I think that's the second one. And I said, yeah, that's the one with Eva Green in it. He's like, you sound disgusted. I said, yeah, I am. So I like Eva Green. And he goes, well, you should love that movie. And I said, no, because she was nude in it. He goes, well, you should like that. I said, no, because everybody else got to see her nude too. Nobody else got to see her nude but me. Anyway. Okay, I'm out of this one before I get in trouble.
Yeah.
Let's see. Tippy Tail says, I saw Christmas Story and Return of the Jedi together back in 83. Wow, that's a weird combination.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Christmas Story for the longest time. I don't know what it was. I didn't see it. I didn't see it growing up. And then, I don't know, maybe late 90s, early 2000s. To this day, they just play all day long here on Christmas, all day long. And I was like, I'm not watching that movie just because, like you're telling me I got to watch it all day on Christmas. I'm not watching it. And then finally, a number of years ago now, I actually did watch it. And I do own the VHS, and I get it. I was kind of, again, cut my nose off to spite my face. I do like the movie. It's a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
But it's still weird with the.
I've never seen it all the way through.
Well, it's worth the watch. Yeah, but didn't back in the day, didn't like all the Star Wars come out in May? Like
Yeah,
I believe so.
late
Yeah.
May.
Yeah, because that's like the big stink, like Star Wars fans have it. Because Disney all of a sudden changes to May the 4th. Be with you, which is funny.
They put out theirs out in December now.
They
Disney Star Wars
did
come out in December?
Yeah, but fortunately, that's one of the good things. That's why before The Last Jedi, they were putting them out right a day before or day after my birthday. So it was a nice little birthday present by Disney until they ruined it in 2017 and pooped all over my birthday. But because that's the argument, because I think May 25th was when Lucas used to put them out. Because like I said, I have that Revenge of the Jedi poster on, and I think it says May 25th. So people say, well, real Star Wars fans celebrate on May 25th, not May the 4th. May the 4th is still cool. May the 4th be with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the late May is the perfect timing for a big giant summer blockbuster. That's when you want to release it right before the summer, get everybody hyped up on it, and then just saturate the theaters with the best film. Except Disney, there's no point for Disney because nobody's going to go see those crap films anyway. So
yeah. Well, I still continued. I mean, I'm not afraid to admit I went to see Solo just because, like, I knew everybody wasn't going to, just as in retaliation to The Last Jedi. But I wasn't going to be like, so I was a big fan of Happy Days and stuff as a little kid, and when I heard that Ron Howard was directing it, well, one of the many directors, but I figured I'd give it a chance. I don't hate Solo. I've talked about that before. I don't hate it. I have a lot of problems with it, but I can sit down and watch it occasionally. I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I think it just people hated that because it was the one that came after The Last Jedi, and they were just trying to take revenge on the wrong movie. But I even went to see Rise of Skywalker. My daughter was still living with me at the time too, and she to this day she's still a huge Star Wars fan, and I was going to take her to that. Listen, I don't hate the Rise of Skywalker either. I never like I learned to dislike J.J. Abrams, but I respect the fact that he kind of undid some of the damage that Ryan did with the Rise of Skywalker. It was kind of a boring movie, and they misused Billy D. Williams, by the way, by making him kind of look more like their Lando. But I love Billy. I love Billy D. He's one of those few actors. He's right up there with Harrison Ford. I don't think anybody else could have played that character opposite him better because they both have that thing, that swagger. That not too many people could go toe to toe with Harrison Ford, and Billy D did a phenomenal job, right?
Yeah.
Because I hated him, and that's the thing, I hated him in Empire. Even at the end, I was like, "You scumbag! You think you're going to make it up by pulling Luke off the bottom of Cloud City? Screw you, buddy!" But then by the next one, I was like, "Man, he's cool, dude. Like he won me over."
Yeah.
Like so, I hated him. I love him. I love him to this day.
Yeah.
That was one of those things where. Go ahead.
No, finish your thought.
No, I was just gonna say, kind of toot my own horn anyway. But again, back to my old Facebook account. I used to be friends with his son, Corey D. Williams, and yeah, and I made a meme back in the day when people wanted Billy D, or no. So they did a couple of movies at this point, and I made a meme, something to the effect of, "Yeah, that's cool, but where the F is Billy D? All right, where the F is Billy D? We're bringing everybody back. Where's Billy D? Everybody's talking about Carrie Fisher and D. So anyway, saw it. He shared it, showed it to his dad, and he actually messaged me and said, Pops loved your thing." And I was like, I should have screenshot that back in the day. So to this day, I think, man, Billy D. Williams saw one of my stupid memes, and I'm like, yeah, Pops.
Ain't that awesome?
Yeah. Corey D. He was his dad's body double in Return of the Jedi. You know that?
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like the scene where he's hanging off the skiff and everything like that. That's Corey. Corey actually he played two. He doubled his dad, and I'm going to say it was Weequay, the green guy with kind of the flat face, that alien on the skiff on the sail barge. I think his name. No, was it Weequay? No, Klaatu. It was Klaatu. So if you look on Google Images, you'll see pictures of him, kind of the makeup off, sort of. And so he did dual roles. He doubled his dad, and it was Klaatu that he played on that. He's pretty cool too. Corey D's he's a musician, John. Bass player. He's a bass player. Check him out. Yeah, he's more into the jazz, like fusion stuff and all, but you would appreciate. Check him out. You're on Facebook. Check him out on Facebook. He posts a lot of videos of him playing bass. Really good music.
Good.
Yep. Talented like his daddy, like Pops. Tinkering on AI. I've been dabbling with AI myself. If you can't beat them, join them. And I'm actually coming out with some decent stuff. You guys are going to see some stuff, I hope, pretty soon.
Yeah. I think at the end of, I was going to say at the end of the Empire Strikes Back, Billy D or Lando, I thought he redeemed himself there because he starts off, he's just a businessman, and he obviously, we learned that he got contacted by the Empire right before Han landed. So what's he gonna do? He can't say no, you can't land here. He's screwed.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to do what they're giving him a line of bullshit. They're telling him everything's gonna be fine. We just want to talk to. They're probably just telling we just want to talk to Han. So he's thinking, I don't like this, and he's trying to stay under the weather. He's trying to stay out of their sight this whole time. So he doesn't want to ruffle the feathers. And he's just got a little warning call here, and they show up and they just keep changing the story, right? And then the invaders pretty soon. He's like, now suddenly he's gonna take Han with him. Clearly that wasn't part of the original plan. He wasn't told that, right? Then he wants to leave. He has to imprison Leia and the Wookiee on Bespin, And
Yeah.
pretty soon we see Lando he just said, F this, man. This is a bunch of bullshit. I'm out of here. This whole thing has gone
Yeah.
sour bad. And it took his whole business with him. His
Yeah.
whole business got just shut down, and he just said, I am out of here. And he left,
Yeah,
and
you're
he
right.
took his friends with him. And I just thought, whoa, this guy, he sees bad news when it's coming. I thought that was very honorable of him. So
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right.
You know.
Yeah. No, as a little kid, I didn't appreciate it back then, but no, you're
Yeah, it was
absolutely
hard
right.
to, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he threw away. He had the world.
He
He
threw
had
away
the
all
world.
that shit.
He threw it all
Yeah,
away
he threw the whole thing away. Like
Yeah.
that too. He didn't even think twice about it. But that scene where he's walking along and he programs and he tells Lobot, get ready to take over the shit.
Yeah.
Right there was the decision. He said, "This is it, man. We're
Yeah.
out of here if we can." At that point too, you figure he's thinking, "Let's get out of here if we can, right? While we
Yeah.
can, right?"
Yeah. Yeah.
And so yeah, I thought, I didn't even by the end of The Empire Strikes Back, I didn't hate him anymore already. I was like, come on, Lando, let's go get him back. We're really in trouble now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No, you're
yeah.
right. He's a very underappreciated Star Wars
Yeah,
character. I really do.
absolutely.
I really think that,
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you're right though, strong and able to hold his own against Han Solo and the character. And I like the movie Solo a lot. I do favor that one and Rogue One from the Disney films as far as really good stories. And I like Force Awakens as far as its execution, but there's so much copying of A New
Yeah.
Hope that I just wish they wouldn't have gone that far.
It didn't hold the test of time for sure. Nah.
Yeah, but Solo, yeah, I agree. I don't quite understand the hate on it, other than other than what you said, exactly what you said, is that it came out after the rise of or the Last Jedi, and then people just
Yeah.
were hating on Disney for that, and that's it's kind of reasonable, but not. I think it should. I think it deserves a second chance. The movie Solo.
Yeah, well, despite whatever Disney was trying to do with that droid in Lando, that was a
Yeah.
great choice. That was a great casting choice. Donald Glover played. He nailed Billy D. Williams.
He
I really
nailed
think.
it.
I really think.
Yeah, I thought it
Yeah.
was great.
He was a
And
bright
they're
spot
and
in
they're
that movie.
Yeah, they're once again they're ruining an opportunity that they set up. I mean, where is he? Why don't we have more of him coming out of
Mhm.
Disney? Although I don't have a whole lot of hope that they would do it right. But there's him and Tamura Morrison, they're
Mhm.
ruining the opportunity. I mean, he's just getting older. All these guys are just getting older by the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're
Yeah.
losing the
Unfortunately,
opportunity to see them in some great films.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah, and going back to Lando, really the only mistake Lando Calrissian made there on Cloud City was ever thinking Darth Vader was any kind of trustworthy,
Right.
Yeah.
And he might not have known who Darth Vader was. I don't know. I don't know enough of the lore to know if he would have known that, or if that was filled in later by some of the books.
Well, even if he did, I think Lando's kind of the character, not Billy. Lando's kind of full of himself. And even if he did,
with the
so I
capes.
chalk it up to he probably thinks Darth Vader knows who he is, and Darth Vader isn't going to screw me over. I'm Lando.
Good.
You know what I
That's
mean?
right.
So,
That's
yeah.
right.
So either way,
Yeah.
works either way. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. That was really well. That part of Lando was really well portrayed by Donald Glover in the solo film with the closet and all the capes.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
And then when he's doing his personal video blog and he's making blogs of himself, that was awesome.
It had some really bright points. However, one of my biggest things, aside of Mr. Connolly, Paul Bettany being the villain, I'll give him a pass. My biggest gripe is the battle scenes near the beginning, which were probably pretty phenomenal, are way too dark. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with that. Like, literally too dark to
It was
see.
pretty dark.
Yeah,
Oh,
sometimes you can't even tell
I
what's
know what you
going
mean.
on. Like dark visually. Like,
Yeah.
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 too
All
dark.
the explosions and everything. Yeah.
But not enough lighting. You can't tell what's going on. I don't know. I had too many filters on the
Yeah.
camera lens or something. But and the scene too. Everybody kind of freaked out where after Chewie and Han first met each other, and they got out of that pit, and they were in the shower together, and I kind of look at you. I didn't think that was funny to me. That was funny to me that they're both
I
in
didn't
the
think there's anything
shower.
wrong with it at all.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
it
it
was
was
funny.
It's funny. Sometimes we forget. We just kind of read things into things. Oh, now they're gay. No, it was funny. How many
Oh,
prison
really?
movies
Oh,
was there?
my.
Oh, don't drop
Yeah,
the
that's
soap,
lame.
buddy. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah.
remember what
Human
fun
is
is.
sitting. Human's going to be frightened out of his mind for this thing.
Yeah.
Towering over him by 5 or 6 feet, and he's not going to be thinking about him, you know, in
Yeah,
that
let
way.
me ask you, what was one of the most terrifying places you're ever going to see a Wookiee come up to you, all filthy, dirty in the shower, all naked,
Yeah.
and you're standing there, and there's a 7-foot tall Wookiee. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
Funny.
It's funny, yeah. And the Wookiee's probably thinking of him like lunch, if anything.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
With his bottle of VO5 going, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
VO5, man, that's a blast from the past.
Wow.
VO5.
Remember that.
Well, Pert, you guys remember Pert?
Yeah,
I'm old enough to remember Pert. Came in a
Pert,
green
yeah,
bottle.
the shampoo.
Pert the shampoo. Pert Plus, I think
Yeah.
that was even. I think
Yeah,
that was one of
Pert
the
Plus.
first shampoo conditioners together, I think, for someone lazy like me.
Mhm.
Oh, so that was that what it was? Was it just Pert shampoo first, and then Pert Plus was shampoo and conditioner? Is that
Am I
what
thinking of
the
Pert or
upgrade?
Prel? Holy crap, I just remember Prel too. I think there was one called
Prel, yeah.
Yeah,
Now we're gonna have to
Prel.
go dig out these commercials now. Start
That
Jeez,
was
man.
the other green one.
You wash your hair with some Prel, and then you go downstairs and you drink a tab. Drink a
Yeah.
tab cola.
Yeah.
God.
Deep Tail says, yeah, there was no internet to ruin movie endings back then. Yeah. You know, I probably discussed this before, but I like spoilers. I kind of like spoilers. And I found a leaks, and it was, matter of fact, it was, I forget his name, but there's a guy who's real famous for playing C-3PO other than Anthony Daniels. And it's this guy leaked the script of The Last Jedi. So I read it the night before.
Whoa.
Planning on taking my kids, and I read it and I'm like, this is no way. There's no way this is true. It was true.
Yeah.
It was true. When I went to that movie theater, it was true.
It's true.
Yeah, I like one of these days, man. Like I was saying, I hate to do it to whoever's on the panel with me at the time if we line this up, but one of these days we just got to rewatch The Last Jedi and just comment on it. See, like almost 10 years later, what we still think. I've watched that a total of 3 times in my life. I watched it in the theater, and it's the only Disney Star Wars I didn't go back and watch. I saw Rogue One and Force Awakens 3-4 times.
Yeah.
But this one here was the one time I took the kids. The mall we went to watch it was a half-hour drive. Every time we went to any other Disney movie, we drove up, talked about it, we're all excited, and drove home. All the way home, we just, this was great, that was great, and everything. I remember that night like it was yesterday. Me and my son and my daughter were in the car, we're driving home, and we got halfway home and nobody said a word. So I was the first one. I was like, what'd you guys think about that? And it just opened up the floodgates. It was like, I don't know what I thought about that. You know, I don't know how I feel. I was the same way. So I was like, I don't know how I feel either. I really don't think I like that. And so when the Blu-ray came out then, and of course I heard all the hate on YouTube and all that stuff, but I was still like, I guess not believing what I saw. So the day that the Blu-ray came out, you know, I went to a couple stores and they were sold out, believe it or not. And I finally found just a regular Blu-ray copy, nothing special. And I watched it the day the Blu-ray came out. I hated it. I hated it like I never hated anything else in my life. And I went a couple of years after that. And one weekend I was just bored. I wasn't doing this YouTube thing or anything at the time. And I was just like, I'm going to give it another shot. I swear to God, I hated it worse then. This was like 3 years after the fact. I hated it even worse then. Like, did you guys see this thing between, I'm sure even Doomcock, I was going to do a video the other day, but I knew everybody was going to do it, where Kathleen Kennedy kind of threw him under the bus. One of her outro interviews. Yeah, she said,
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, she said they were talking about her illustrious career, and it got brought up as to why like Rian Johnson never got his trilogy. And she said, oh, he did a fantastic job and still one of the best Star Wars movies ever, but he got a little spooked. She said he got a little spooked. Rian Johnson retweeted the article, and all his comment was, he said, LOL, and this is all in lowercase. You know him, he's one of them trolls, capital letter. No, I guess he was so unbothered by it. He wrote in all lowercase, wrote LOL, not spooked, sorry. Right? It's like, it's kind of funny that they're going at each other and blaming each other and this and that, but they're both just scumbags. Let's not forget that. I see people saying, "Oh, that was kind of cool of Kathleen Kennedy to say that and throw him under the bus," and that was pretty cool of him. No, he destroyed Luke Skywalker and she approved it. Neither one of them gets from me, right? So don't pick a side. There's no side to be chosen. This is two enemies. And this isn't a case where the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They're both enemies, and they just need to remain that. They need to go away. To this day, I've never watched Knives Out. I will never
Yeah,
watch
me
anything
either.
else that he ever
No.
does. So
Right. I don't want to
Yeah.
watch anything. I have Knives Out on disc. I bought it before the thing and before I didn't see the Last Jedi in the theater. That's the one film that I remember when it was leaving and it was
Mm.
was going to be the last week, and I thought to myself, I really need to go see this, and I just let it slip because I looking back, I realized that I just wasn't interested in seeing this story
Yeah.
play out. I just had no interest in what I expected was going to come. And then I finally did see it the week before the Rise of Skywalker, realizing, well, you got to see it now because the company I worked for was buying tickets for a whole show.
Mm.
So, we watched it. I felt the same way, Fat. I wasn't sure. There's parts about it that I liked, individual pieces of the thing that I liked, and
Mm.
huge chunks of it that I absolutely hated. And overall, I didn't. Yeah, I felt like I got punched in the stomach, really.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's sad.
Last Jedi was just an insult to everybody's
Yeah, right,
intelligence.
everybody,
right.
yeah,
You
And
know.
an insult to the actors too, and an insult to the fan base, especially because here is our last chance to see
the three
our best
together.
actors,
Yeah,
all three together, and we never
Yeah.
or
we never got
Billy
that,
D. Williams.
not once.
I'm still
Yeah.
saying I'm
Yeah, and
throwing
him
Billy D in
too.
there
With
too.
with
Yeah,
yeah, throw so four. So add him in there, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
And then we lost Carrie, so that's the end of that.
Yeah.
And I just
Yeah.
feel like they took an opportunity and absolutely burned it and did.
Yeah.
And I can't. I feel I blame Disney for that. I think I'm going to blame them forever. And this is one of those things that I don't feel like I'm ever going to forgive them for it. And
Right.
it
yeah.
unfortunately affects my view whenever they come out with anything new. I go, well, maybe we'll see. Once in a while, they do something really well, like the first two seasons of Mandalorian. Loved him to death, right?
Mhm.
I love Andor. Andor is phenomenal, but then that's Tony Gilroy, and he, as far as I know, he told Kathleen Kennedy, "Go piss off. This is my show. I'm doing what I want. I need a budget. It needs to be massive," and you know, and so he did what he wanted to do, and that's fantastic. That it seems like she had no oversight over that, and we got something
Yeah.
epic, right? But whenever she touches anything, it just got ruined.
Yeah.
So.
Don't drink the coffee when she brings it.
Yeah, right. I'll bring my own. Yeah, instant coffee instead. It'll be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she needs to go away and be forgotten about. But going back to Knives Out, one of the reasons I never watched it too is just because he to me he kind of doubled down by the cast he chose, because that isn't um who's in that? Isn't Chris Evans part of the cast? And
Mhm.
Who played James Bond? The guy played our
no,
most recent.
yeah, him.
Isn't
I'm
he in
not.
there?
I never watched. I know who you mean. Not Statham.
Daniel Craig.
Yeah,
Craig.
Daniel
Yeah,
Craig.
Daniel
Isn't
Craig.
he in there?
But isn't Jamie Lee Curtis in it as well?
Yeah.
Is Jamie Lee Curtis in that?
I don't know.
Because I
There's a
think
handful of smart, famous people in there.
yeah, but to me that was like so right there, Chris Evans and Jamie Lee Curtis. I mean, that's kind of the woke of the woke. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like if he wanted any redemption for The Last Jedi, I don't know. I based it just off the cast that he chose. Was like, okay,
Yeah.
this ain't gonna be good. So I didn't bother watching it.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like I don't want to. I just don't want any more of his impact on my life. Period. From this point
Yeah.
on,
Right.
I really
I hate
don't.
to say this. I hate to sound like this, but I almost
Right.
don't care. He could put out the best thing that was ever put on film
Yeah.
tomorrow,
I don't
and
want to
I'm
see
not
it.
gonna like it just because what
He's
he did
just.
to my Luke Skywalker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. He
I
ruined
mean,
something precious to us.
that
So.
was a
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker is a mythical figure in my life. I mean, that's right
Yeah,
up there.
absolutely.
You know,
Yep,
Yeah.
it is. It's
I mean, the
top shelf.
second I saw him toss that lightsaber over his shoulder, I was like, oh
Yeah,
man,
that's
he killed him.
This is not. This is an alternate universe Star Wars for sure.
Yeah,
Mhm.
people rant about his Luke's death at the end of Last Jedi, how it just kind of dissolves into the Force. Now, Luke Skywalker died when he threw that lightsaber over his shoulder. That was the death of Luke Skywalker,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
That was the end
Right.
of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
true. That wasn't him. That was some clone or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Jake. It was
It
Jake
was
Skywalker.
Jake
Yeah.
Skywalker. Exactly what he says. Jake Skywalker.
I shall return momentarily. I must get
There you go.
crackers.
There you go, threatening me again. Okay. Cracker. Fetty wants a cracker.
Cracker.
You're Fetty. I'm calling him Fet. Yes, I'm kind of getting tired. Fezzy wants a cracker. Fezzy wants a cracker. But, yeah, it looks like, I guess when John comes back, I guess we'll officially wrap it up because it looks like the chat's dying down. I guess I'm dying to know too. I want to peek out the window and see if we're getting snow yet. I'm not looking forward to this. I guess I brought it on myself because I think as long as I'm live streaming now, whenever it got cold out, it's like, man, I remember back in the day when you guys don't know what snow is, man, when we had to shovel. So I probably brought it on myself. This is all my fault, folks. I brought on the storm of the century. Me and my hubris. My hubris. That's a word. That's a word the last year or so that everybody's throwing around, ain't it? Hubris. So,
but your power pretty safe? Any chance you're going to lose power? Or
that's another thing. No, that's another thing. I think I ranted about this a couple of weeks ago. So back in the summertime, they let me know ahead of time. They shut the power off for a day. They were performing in an upgrade on our power grid here. Dude, it was like 2 weeks later, not even cold yet. My power went out. Like, as antique, I guess, as they said our power grid was. When I was a little kid, my mom always had candles. Fancy, big glass candles, right? And I'd be like, Mom, what are them candles for? You never burn them. She's like, that's in case the power goes out. I'm like, gibberish. What are you talking about? Power never goes out. Back in the 70s, power never goes out. Today, after my power upgrade, my power goes out. So that's my next thing. That's my next fear because having coal delivered before the storm was my first fear. Overcame that. Now I got to worry about the power going on. What is that, Brother John? Is that the sacred pineapple?
That's one of my mother's candles.
Oh, very nice.
And, I was wondering if she had some like this, your mom.
No, they're kind of
in several different colors.
No, she used to have like these big, they're probably about a foot high glass tube. She had all different kinds. Some were Christmas and this, and that, and the other thing. The funny thing is, though, years ago, I installed a new light fixture in this very room I'm sitting in, and it looks like a pineapple. It's very similar to that. We always called it the sacred pineapple. So the
more like that.
That is like, you know what? That right there makes me. You guys ever hear the band Lizzie Borden? I don't know why, but that makes me want to listen to the song Bloody Mary. I can picture walking the halls carrying a candle like that.
Yeah, Bloody Mary. 3 of those double holders, I think. 3 or 4 of them.
One of my favorite metal lyrics is in that song. The one line goes, here's a light to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head. Yes, that is
goes back Lizzie to the Borden. Old nursery rhyme.
That is Lizzie Borden, man. Oh, that's an old nursery rhyme. John, what kind of nursery rhymes were you dealing with back in the day?
Yeah, that goes back a long time.
Wow.
God, that was
Bruce. Hey, Wes Cagle is here. He says we had kerosene hurricane lamps when I was a kid in the 70s for when the power went out. Very cool. And it's very cool to see you, brother. I actually been meaning to reach out to you. I was worried about you for a little bit. So I'm glad because I don't remember. I was kind of in and out. I was listening to Frolics, but I was in and out of the chat last night. I was working on some stuff. But hopefully in the coming days, you'll see what it is and you'll all be proud of me. But so I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're at least feeling well enough to be here in the chat. So, and if you were in the danger zone for this here snowpocalypse too, I hope you're safe and I hope you're feeling better, buddy. So, okay, Lenrod's leaving. Holy smokes. John. Yes. We have an opportunity to rub it into Lenrod. He says, I'm almost up. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Okay. I thought he was in the car for a second there. How are you going to bed? He says, no. I'm almost out of gas. Going to have to shut down soon. He says,
oh, wow.
The sleep is calling. Brother John, I remember someone who used to say you sleep when you're dead, man. We need to do 20-hour live streams. This kid, Lenrod.
Isn't Lenrod the one who said sleep is a crutch?
Yes. Sorry, brother Lenrod. We got to pick on you. Well, we're wrapping it up too. I said when John came back, we were going to wrap it up. But I'll tell you what. I thought this was a heck of a live stream. I wish I would have been in this live. I definitely owe you guys like a maker. So we're gonna talk Empire again soon, one of these days.
Yeah.
So. Wait. Brother Andy says Wes Cagle was messing with those women of ill repute. Okay. Well, listen, if there's a good way to go, that's a heck of a way to go. So No problem for me. No problem for me. That's a heck of a way to go.
Yeah.
So Wes says, yes, sir. We'll be digging out Monday, Tuesday. Thank God for the self-propelled snowblower. I'm sorry you're in the path of this thing too. So stay safe out there, stay warm, and hopefully we all stay, keep power and all that sort of thing. And
Yeah.
I guess my post office might actually have an excuse to not deliver my mail for once. Anyway. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's all John. Now I feel bad. See that, John? You shouldn't have told me to pick on Linrod. He said I'm diseased. Therefore, yeah, it's all you, Fez. I gotta blame you. I gotta blame you, right?
As Snortopoopus Q Bird Esquire would say, I'm innocent.
Yeah, you're as innocent as Snortopoopus Q Burr over there, brother Fez. Oh, did you notice? I don't know if you noticed tonight in your intro there, I threw in your why did it have to be a snake picture?
Yes, I saw that. That's
I was like,
great.
I got to do something with that, and it's like I couldn't really fit it in anywhere, so it kind of worked there, but I had to do something.
That.
It had to live on. It had to have a life of its own.
Yeah. Have a good night, Rod.
Yeah, absolutely, bud. We're only ribbing you.
Feel better soon.
Absolutely, get some rest and come back and fight the world like you're right. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say something, but I guess I can't make it up. I still picked on you, but it was all in good fun, buddy. Mrs. Tony Man says
your cheese wheel.
Yes, but yeah, okay. I don't know. You said cheese wheel. I just had a flashback to when I was a little kid. I had a pet hamster, and you know that darn thing. Like I don't know. My parents got it for me, but they hated it with a passion. And like that thing, Charlie. His name was Charlie. He was like the laziest thing you ever saw until everybody went to bed, and then he had one of the metal wheels in there. And all you'd hear, and I'd be upstairs. I'd be like, damn it, Charlie, they're going to get rid of you. And sure enough, one day he went missing. He went missing. Yep. He got out. Charlie got out. And then the funny thing was my, he was my brother-in-law at the time. He was into Kung Fu, and he was in all kind of pets. He had like, ferrets, and he had 2 ferrets named Poto and Kodo, which is another movie I want to discuss. Coming up soon, too, Beastmaster, the original Beastmaster. But he had all he had boas and all kind of snakes. And so when he found out I lost my Charlie, he got me a trained, like he forked out some bucks, got me like a trained hamster. I named him Charlie too. And when you know it, he happened to get out too. Anyway, mysterious circumstances, I think, going on there. But anyway, Wes Cagle, cool. He threw up the peace sign in the glass. So cool. That makes me feel better. I almost feel like when Wes Cagle does that in your chat, it's kind of like when I forget who it is now. Somebody throws up that one. Is it Super Pair at the end? Or no, I think it's the fox waving goodbye, and Doomcock gets all emotional. So yeah, I feel better once I see Wes Cagle throw up the piece in the glass. So thank you, brother, Wes Cagle. Andy, holy smokes, Andy's still here. Hell, Miskatonic, real Wade. Is Wade still here?
Yeah, I think so.
Holy cow, I'm surprised Andy's still here. Andy's probably hoping for a 3-day weekend like me. Then again, it's kind of his own boss. I guess he can do whenever he wants, I guess.
Yeah.
So Wes Cagle says, ha! Snore is as pure and innocent as the driven snow from New York City. Yeah, that's for sure. But they're yellow snow. Snort's I like Snort though. Snort is cool. He's like me. He does stuff and he passes it on to other people, like I just did to Fez a little while ago. So I could learn a thing or two from good old Snorty. That's why I like Snort. Yeah, and Snort wasn't here. I haven't seen Snort lately. Is he doing okay? I hope he's doing okay.
He went to bed early.
I know he gets tired. I miss Snort. Pass the word on. I miss Snort. One of these days I'm going to get back over on Dolphin.
Yeah.
Maybe if I don't have to tear my house apart for toys, maybe I can do it next week. But anyhow, I want to thank everyone that was here in the panel, because this was a good one. I really like this one. I like them all, but this one was real special tonight. And thank you, William Shakespeare, for showing up. Brother John, it's not the same without you. Not the same without you. And I want to thank everyone that's in the chat, and I want to thank everyone that will watch this on the replay. And I'm actually going to remember, if you'd be so kind, to hit that like button and maybe leave a comment, because again, the likes, the subscribers, that's not even what YouTube cares about anymore. It's all about that interaction. So leave a thumbs up, leave a thumbs down. I don't care. It's a comment either way. So that being said, thumbs up is preferred, obviously. But hey, there's a middle emoji finger there. Use it. I mean, it's there. Use it. So just say you're number one, Fet. That's that's how I take it. I have to. Like I said, people they're always laughing with me, not at me. Same with the finger. They're telling me I'm number one, and I believe it. So that being said, I hope you all know what to do at this point. Y'all need to. Oh no, wait, I forgot a part of that. Geez, I almost forgot one of the most important part. Well, you got to take care of yourself too. But what you guys aren't just subscribers. You're my friends, and I love you. I love all of you. Even though Andrew Masterson looks like he's like 20 years younger than me, but I still love you, brother Andy. So at this point, I hope you know what to do. You need to. I just locked up, didn't I? It doesn't want me to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I hope I'm going out across the internet because I'm the only one moving. Or were you guys just real still? You guys are freaking me out. Were you guys just being real still?
Just moving real slow.
John, that's not funny. My internet was doing that all afternoon. Anyway. So you guys need to take care of yourself. Take care of each other. And why? Take it easy when you can take it. Fellas, tell them.
Sleazy.
All right, I got a little story for you about this girl I know. I think you'll like it. It goes a little something like this. Take it sleazy. Take it sleazy.
And I didn't see Brother SP48 show up a good night and miss it. But since he did, I'm going to. Oh, there he is. Take it sleazy.
There it is.
Okay, there he is.
Yep.
He's going to take it sleazy. See, I learned to wait. You're not outsmarting me, SP48, even though it is incredibly easy to do. But good night, everyone, and stay safe. Oh, Brother Lenrod, he's still. Oh, Brother Lenrod threw out a take it sleazy too. Look at this.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to do like an even longer outro. Oh, good night. See, SP48 says, but I caught him. That's all that matters. I caught. So everyone, stay safe. If you're in the snowpocalypse danger zone, stay warm, and hopefully don't overexert your. Bend at the knees. Remember, if you got a shovel, bend at the knees.